Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back here with another video, and today we're going to be building a full stack e-commerce MERN application from scratch. This is a pretty long video, but I'm going to be introducing a lot of interesting topics. I'm going to be writing everything in TypeScript whilst following all of the best practices that exist in the current landscape of the web dev industry. If you're interested in checking out all of the code, it will all be in the description. But to give you an idea of what we're going to be building, this is what it was going to look like. Remember, the UI doesn't really matter. In this case, it's all whatever UI you want to put. It's mostly focused on the actual logic and functionality behind everything that I created. So we have here a website which is going to require you to register an account and log in. For example, if I want to register an account, I could come over here and just write something like Harry Potter, just as an example. And then the password, let's call it Potter123. I'll click register, and if it is successful, it will say registration completed. Now log in, and then I'll come over here and put Harry Potter again, and the password Potter123. If it is correct, it should log in, and you should see that we start with $5,000 as each user starts with, and we have this beautiful list of products over here. All the products are added in the backend. You'll see it later, but any user can just come over here and try to buy a product. For example, I want to try to buy some AirPods, an iPhone, and I don't know, this gaming keyboard, right? If so, I'll come over here to our cart, and you'll see all the cart items. I can see the total of how much my order will be. I can also increase my order if I want to, decrease if I want to as well. And if I'm ready to purchase, I can click check out, and you should see that the money was actually deducted. It's also really cool that I added stock quantities to each of the items. So for example, we have over here one of the items, the professional camera, and it is out of stock. So if I were to try to buy this, even if I just put one and I'll put another item as well, you'll see that it doesn't allow me to. It will say that there's not enough stock. If I remove this, it will then work. We also handle errors like if I wanted to try to buy something that is way more expensive than how much I have, right? For example, the subtotal is 8,000 and I only have 3,000 left. It obviously won't allow me. First, it's saying that there's not enough stock. I believe the AirPods just got out of stock. It will also not work if you try to buy something that is more expensive than how much money you have. For example, if I were to come over here and try to buy, I don't know, this GoPro like 20 times, right? I'll just keep adding it. We'll know that we only have $3,000 left, but this will cost $6,000. If I click on checkout, you'll say it doesn't have enough money, meaning that it's checking for all types of possible scenarios. And if I want to just continue shopping, I can do so. I can also click on a link that will show us all of our previous purchases. And if I click on this, you'll see that it will list out all the items that we have purchased before. By the way, the professional camera wasn't out of stock. I changed it to become out of stock, so we did purchase it once. But yeah, this is kind of the idea of the website. It looks very simple, but it actually isn't, because of all the functionality and all of the best practices that we're going to be following. You can check out by the length of the code and the length of the video that this is going to be a intermediate to advanced project, but I'm guaranteed that this will teach you a lot about building scalable React applications. So before we get into the video, if you could leave a like and subscribe, I would massively appreciate it. It will help push my videos to more people, and I would be really grateful if you could do so. So with that in mind, let's get into the video. Okay everyone, so let's get started with our project. So as you recall in the beginning, I mentioned this is going to be a MERN application, which MERN, for those who don't know, stands for MongoDB, Express, React, and NodeJS. That means that we're going to have both a front end and a back end. So what I did is I opened up here VS Code, and I opened a project inside of a folder, which I called e-commerce MERN. So inside of this folder, we're actually going to separate our project into two different parts, the client and the server, just like this. Then we're going to have to put all the files for client inside of client and all the files for server inside of server. We'll start out by just creating the server first. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to navigate towards the server, and I'm going to run yarn init and then -y. I'm using yarn, but you can use npm. And this should create our package.json file. Now we have to recall that we're using TypeScript for this project. So we do have to write some configurations for the TypeScript capabilities in our backend. So that means that we have to use something called tsc. And I have tsc. It's a package that you have to install globally. So if you're using something like npm, you could just do npm install, I don't know, tsc-g, right? You're installing it globally. Same goes for yarn. I already have it installed. If you use the same terminal to install your tsc, make sure to reload it so that the changes and the package exists in this current instance of the terminal. But for me, I already have it installed. Now, what I want to do is I want to run tsc-init. This should create what is known as the tsconfig file. We're going to click on it, and this includes all of the configurations for how we want TypeScript to act in our project. There are just a few changes that I want to make. The first one is right below module over here. I want to uncomment both of this. This is the root directory, and this is the module resolution. Since I changed the root directory, or I uncommented it, I also want to uncomment the output directory, this one over here. And I want to make some changes for both of them. So the main changes that I actually want to make, I also want to make it not strict, and you guys will see in a bit why. But basically, the reason why we uncommented root directory and output directory is because what TypeScript usually does is you write the project in TypeScript, right? But after you write it, it compiles into JavaScript. So the code that is used in the website will be JavaScript, but the code that you write will be TypeScript. TypeScript is not meant to improve the project or for the user. It's meant to improve our experience developing our applications by preventing us from making mistakes, such as using wrong types and such. So what we need is a folder inside of our server folder, which is going to contain all of the compiled JavaScript. So I'm going to call it the build folder. And we'll say that the output of our compiling will go to the build folder. But the source or the root of our code, so where we are going to write the TypeScript code, we'll create a folder called source and just say that the root will be the source folder. And this should be pretty much it. So I'm going to close this. Now I want to install some packages that we definitely need in our project. The first package is TypeScript. So I'm going to say yarn add TypeScript. But we also need to install Express. And we also need to install cores, which for those who don't know, it's going to establish a safe connection between our frontend and our backend. We also want to install something related to MongoDB. In our case, we're going to be using an ARM called Mongoose, which for those who don't know, if you've never worked with MongoDB, this is going to facilitate us connecting to MongoDB by a lot. So it's way easier to use Mongoose instead of just writing root MongoDB code. Then we also want to install tsnode, which is going to help make our Node.js application into a TypeScript application as well. And we also need to install both JSON web tokens. I'm even going to do this so you guys can see it better. We're going to install JSON web token, just like this. It's a package that will allow us to create JSON web tokens for our authentication. We also want to install Bcrypt, which we're going to use later on to hash passwords that we add into our database. We also want to install Node1, which for those who've coded in Node.js before will help us be able to make changes to our server without having to reload it. And for now, that should pretty much be it. I know there are a lot of packages, but we need all of them. And even if you don't understand the point of one of them now, you will understand later on when we use them. Okay, so as you can see, it just finished installing everything, and our package.json includes the files. So we also need to install all of the dependencies that includes the types for the packages we installed. To simplify our backend a bit, I'm only going to install the types for both Node and Express. And the reason for that is because our if I didn't, I would spend a lot of time, and I want to focus more on writing the TypeScript part of things for the React, for the client. So obviously in a real life situation, I would try to install all of the types and use them. But for this case, we'll just simplify it a little bit, which won't make a lot of difference. So I'm just going to install the types for Express and the types for Node, just like this. And we have to also do some configuration inside of our package.json, which we'll do whenever this file updates. Yeah, with the new packages. So what I need to do is I actually need to write some scripts that will compile our code from TypeScript to JavaScript, and will also run NodeMon whenever we need it, right? So to do that, I actually want to, inside of our source folder over here, I'm going to create an entry point to our API. It's going to be an index.ts file, and this is where we're going to create our application. So when I run yarn dev, I want to be able to, dev meaning developing, I want to be able to just run NodeMon and then run that inside of the index.ts file. That means that whenever I run here the command yarn dev, right now it won't do absolutely anything, but it will start a server inside of this file. It will start listening to changes to this file. And as we progress with our server and whatever code we're writing, it will all lead to this file specifically. Then we also want to create a start script. This start script will just be used to like run the build version of our application, which we won't be running, I think, at all, but it's good to have in our case. And in this case, we're just going to run node and make a connection to the build part of our app. And this will be JS, not TS, because remember, it will be JavaScript, not TypeScript. Then finally, I want to have a build command, which all it's going to do is actually going to run the tsc command -p and then a dot. If you don't know what this is, don't worry. It's not going to be important for us, but I need to put a comma over here. And these are the three commands or three scripts that we want to have. Right now, we're already running our server, which is pretty good. So let's start actually developing it. And to develop our server is actually going to be really simple. If you've ever used Express before, you might be confused by the fact that because we're using TypeScript and with all the things that we added, we're actually now able to use import notation instead of using like const something equals to require. If you've ever seen this notation, we don't have to do that. We can just match the notation we use for React and import our packages like this. Import Express from Express. So we first want to import the Express library. Then we also want to import the cores library from cores, and then the mongoose library from mongoose. And over here, we're going to create a variable called app, which is going to be an instance of the Express library. So this will hold our API. And at the bottom over here, we're just going to say that our API can start by listening, and we have to put here a port. In our case, the port we want to put is the port 3001 because our React will be running on the port 3000. Then, whenever it has run, we can just console log a message saying server started. Something like this. We can see that this should already appear. If I open this up and I save the page, it will restart the server every time we save, and it will listen to the port and serve to, as you can see, we'll console log the message server started. Then what we want to do is we actually want to apply some middlewares. All of this is basic boilerplate for any Express application. So if you're not familiar with Express, I kind of assume that you've worked with Express before or have an idea. But if you haven't, I'll do my best to explain as much as possible. What we're doing here is we're saying that every time data comes in an endpoint that we're going to have in this API, we want it to be in JSON format, meaning that it will make things way easier for us, and you'll see it in a bit. We also want to apply the middleware for cores. And this, I wouldn't even worry on trying to understand, especially if you're a beginner, because all it does is it will allow us to have a connection and access our API from our React app. This is the most basic explanation for this. If you don't have this, you'll get an error whenever you make a request to our own API in your React app. But if you have it, it will all be fine. Then over here at the bottom, we're going to make a connection to our Mongoose database. So I'm going to say mongoose.connect. And you might be wondering, well, we don't have a Mongoose database. Well, this is what I think is important for us to start creating right now. We already have a bit of our backend already set up. We have nothing in our front end set up, but that's not really important right now. We want to just start setting up the boilerplate for our backend. And the main part that we need is our actual database. So in order to create our database, I need you to go to this website, mongodb.com, and I want you to sign in to an account. After you've signed in, you might see something like this. If you don't, you just go to projects and organization. It will be all there. Remember, MongoDB is free, but there's also a paid version if you're interested in that. But we're not gonna be using anything that is paid in this video. We're then gonna click on new project, and over here we're gonna start creating our own project. So we need to first give a project name. I'm gonna call this e-commerce, but you can call it whatever you want. Then I'm gonna click next, and it's gonna ask us to set permissions and invite members in case you have multiple people accessing your project. This might be important, but for us right now, we're just gonna click on create project. Now you see we have our project set up, but we want to create our first database. So I'll click on database and I'll click on build database. It will give us some options. As you can see over here, I'm going to choose the M0 option, which is free. Then it's going to ask us for a provider. You can choose either one of them. I like AWS a lot, so I'm going to click on AWS. Then for region, you click whatever makes sense for you. They have a lot of regions of where your database can be hosted. In my opinion, where I live, I don't know if any of you know where I live. I live in Canada and I live on the West Coast. So I'm going to choose the North America West so that I can, it's the closest to where I am. Then I'm going to give this a name. I'm going to call this, and you cannot change the name of the cluster that you're creating. So I'm going to call this e-commerce. But you can call it whatever you want again, but make sure it's a good name. Then I'm going to click create, and as you can see, it's going to first ask us to authenticate our connection. The reason for that is because obviously to create a secure project, you must determine which users will have permission to read and write data into your project. So this can mean a lot of different things, right? For example, if you're making changes to your database, to the system of your database, you want to allow some users to do so and some users to not, right? You want to allow maybe the admins to do and not the actual users using your project. But also the users using your project, you might want to create rules to who can create stuff into your database, who can read data from your database. Maybe you only want people who are authenticated to be able to make an API request. All of that can be handled here because here you're able to set rules and passwords that will prohibit people from accessing or doing anything with your database. In this case, we want to create an account that or a user that will be given read and write access to any database privilege by default. This is kind of our admin account. So I'm going to create one called Machado P1407, and I'm going to put a password called e-commerce password. I don't know. And then we're going to click create user. But make sure you put something that makes more sense, right? This password is really bad. Then we're going to see which options do we want to connect from. So what this means is that sometimes you want to allow only IP addresses, certain IP addresses to be able to connect to the cluster in our project. So in my case, we already have our current IP address added over here. But this can be a little bit difficult because sometimes you might need to access your database from a different place, right? For example, imagine if you are in a public library and you just don't have your computer and you have another computer and you want to be able to access it, right? Well, if you don't add that IP address here, you will have a problem because you won't be able to access it. It is only allowed for those who are in this list. And you know, an IP address is a unique number assigned to every device on a network. So you can't just use another one, but there are alternatives for this. So one alternative that you can actually use is utilizing the sponsor of today's video, which is Twingate. I'm going to show you guys really quick how you can actually use Twingate's service to improve your developer experience by establishing a way to securely access your database whenever you are outside. So imagine this scenario, right? Imagine you're at a coffee shop or you're just anywhere that is not home, and maybe you don't have your own computer, right? In those case scenarios, based on what we've established so far, using MongoDB wouldn't work because we haven't added the IP addresses of the other places that we might be, right? For example, we only added the IP address of our own network and our own computer that we use at home. But what would happen in a case where we desperately need to have access to the database and to make changes to the database, but we are not at home with our computer? One way is to use Twingate. This is actually really cool, and I'm going to show you guys exactly what Twingate can do to help us. So first of all, I would recommend going into auth.twingate.com and clicking on create a new Twingate network. This will allow you to create a new Twingate account. You can click on sign up with Google, and as you can see, it is completely free. You can deploy a Twingate network for free. And then we're going to choose an account. I'm going to choose mine over here. Then it's going to ask us for a company name. Obviously, if you don't have an established company that is public or anything like that, you can just put your name here. But it's to specify that if you're going to be using this project and deploying this project to users, which is, in my opinion, the most important use case for this, you can just put over here the name of the company you're going to be using or your own name. So in my case, I'll just put PedroTech. And you have to specify how many employees do you have. I have obviously less than 100 employees. Then we're going to click on finish signing up. So now it's asking what plan do we plan to use with Twingate. So technically, what we want is kind of like a VPN, right? Something that we can access. It will allow us to access some sort of IP address that isn't necessarily the one connected to our computer. And then we can just put that IP address as the one inside of MongoDB. So no matter where we are, we do have access to the database, and so that no matter where we are, we have an access to the database because we are connected to the VPN. So I'm going to choose this option over here and then click next. And then it's going to say, are you able to deploy Twingate on your own? This is mostly just in case you're not really sure what you're supposed to do. I'm going to click on yes, I'm able to run CLI commands because we know how to run it. And then it's going to ask for the name of our network and the network URL. And over here for the network URL, you choose basically, as explained, it will have a unique identifier for your specific network. And in my case, I already have an account, so that's why it says PedroTech.twingate.com is already taken. But when you do so, you click on create network and you should be done. When you're done signing up, which you saw was actually really quick, you now have access to a lot of things, and you can do a lot of things with this specifically. What we want in this case is to actually define and add a remote network, because then we can use this remote network to connect ourselves to the services such as the MongoDB database that we want to. So I'm going to click on add a remote network, and we can choose the location of where we want our network to exist. I'm going to choose AWS, and I'm going to give a name for this. You can give it a descriptive name, whatever you want. In my case, I'm going to call it, e-commerce VPN. Something like that, and then add remote network. And then when it's done, we have this over here. So as you can see, our actual remote network was already created together with two connectors, which were made for us, which basically are pieces of software that will allow us to remotely connect to our network. So if we want to actually execute that, we have to choose one of the connectors that are over here. Again, they are not specific. The names are even randomly generated for us. We can choose any of them. And what I want to do is I want to deploy one of the connectors. Now we can choose a bunch of different ways to do so. The way I'm going to choose is the Linux way. And then over here, we're going to need to generate a token. Now, obviously, as a theme in this tutorial, even after this, we're going to be generating tokens in order to grant secure and authenticated access to our services. This is a proof of why it is important to do so as well. And to generate the token is actually pretty simple. We just click generate tokens and click authenticate. And obviously, we'll have to log into our thing again so we can further authenticate and get the tokens. I'm going to choose the email, and you'll see that now over here we have our tokens. I have blurred out the tokens that I have but you should see your own if you're actually using it over here. Now, what we actually have to do is we have to launch an EC2 instance. Now, for some of you, maybe if you've never worked with AWS before, that might scare you, but to be honest, it is pretty simple to launch and work with EC2. The reason why we need EC2 is because we chose when we were setting up our network that we would be using AWS as the place where we're going to actually deploy our Twingate connector. So we have to actually create an EC2 instance and use our information over here to connect to this instance. It's pretty simple. Like I said, it's not as scary as it might sound if you've never worked with AWS. The first thing you have to do is create an AWS account. I'm not going to show the process of creating an AWS account because it's not the purpose of the video, and it's pretty self-explanatory. It's like creating an account in every other website. Just put in your information, authenticate yourself, use your email. There are paid versions, but use the free version of AWS and you can get to this place right here. The way you get here is when you log into your AWS account, this is the console that you're going to be displayed with. And you can just search for EC2 over here at the top and click on instances right here. And it will allow you to click on launch instance. We're going to click on this and it's going to open this up. Now we need to give a name for this instance. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call it Twingate connector. And then it's going to ask us a bunch of stuff. I'm going to choose Amazon Linux. And then the architecture, everything should be fine. Instance type should all be fine. Okay, now we can go down here and we see this thing where it says key pair login. We do have to create a key pair to securely connect to our instance. So I'm going to click on create new key pair. It's going to ask us for a name. I'm going to call it my EC2 key pair, something simple. Then we're going to keep the private key format as .pam so that we can later on access it through SSHing into it. And as you can see, we created our key pair, which is amazing. Then we're going to come down here and we won't change anything here. Everything should be fine. Obviously, if you want to specify more stuff, you can do so. But remember, this is not part of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to focus at Twingate. But it's important that now we have our instance running over here. Now, what we want to do is we obviously have to wait for the instance to run. And we're going to click on it. And you'll see that over here, we have a button called connect. We're going to click on that. It's going to ask us how we want to connect. I want to use the SSH client option. So as you can see over here, it says open an SSH client, locate your private key file, and the key used to launch this instance is my EC2 key pair, is the one we created, and then run this command if necessary to ensure that it is not publicly viewable, and then finally connect to it. So how are we going to do this? Well, I'm going to open up my terminal right over here. And my terminal is going to actually allow us to SSH into our instance. What we have to do first is we actually want to navigate to where we downloaded the key pair that we clicked for download. If you remember, it's over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the terminal. I know it's in downloads. So I'm going to say change directory to downloads. Downloads. Then over here, we can check to see if the thing is actually here by doing ls, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want you guys to see all the files that I have on my downloads. Then what I want to do is I want to write chmod 400 and then the name of the file, which in our case will be my EC2 keypair.pem. We press enter and that should be fine. Now what we can do is we can copy the SSH command over here and just paste it inside of our file. We'll press enter and it will start the process. Now, as you can see, it says, are you sure you want to continue connecting? We're going to write yes and then press enter. And as you can see, it permanently added this as a list of known hosts. And most importantly, you see that now our terminal became the instance of the EC2 that we created, right? So that's pretty much what we had to do. Now, all we have to do is we have to come back over here to where we were creating our Twingate network, and we have to copy this curl command. Copy this, come to our terminal, and paste it over here. Press enter, and it should run. One thing you should realize is that it's not yet connected according to Twingate, right? But when this command is done, which I just realized it was done, it means that it was connected. So it's really quick to do all of this. And I think the part that takes the longest time maybe is even creating your AWS account and creating the instance. But I showed you that it wasn't that hard. And if you followed exactly what I just did, especially if you're using Mac, you would see that it was pretty easy and simple to connect. Now what we have to do is we have to download the Twingate client. So I'm going to choose download over there on the website, and we're going to come over here to client application. I'm going to choose on Mac OS because it's what I use. And we're going to, there's like a bunch of things here on how to do it, but the way to actually install it in Mac is to actually go to the Mac store, the Mac App Store, and download it from there. I already have it, so I'm not going to do that, and I'm just going to open up, but go and do that. And if you have Windows, just follow the instructions for Windows as well. And when you download the client, you'll see this. It's an app, right? And then we can obviously allow notifications if we want to. In my case, I'll click allow over here. Then it's going to ask us to configure the VPN. I'm going to click request permission, then click allow, and then continue. Now it's going to ask us to connect to our network. We already created our network. So I'm going to just put PedroTech over here and then click join network. Now it will open up for us to authenticate. I'm going to click on sign in with Google, and again, sign in with the email I used. As you can see, it says we are authenticated. So I'm going to close this, and you might be wondering, wait, what happened? Where is the app? Well, the app is actually not showing in my screen right now, but it's at the top of my navbar on my computer. I can click on it like close to the Bluetooth part, right? I'm going to click on this, and you'll see that there are, you can either log out or disconnect. And there's a lot more you can do. But one thing that you can see is that we have 0 resources. The reason why we have 0 resources is because we haven't connected to any resources yet. Now, what is a resource and how do we create it? Well, when we have over here our e-commerce VPN, our remote network, we have these 2 connectors, right? So what we want is to establish a connection between our Twingate network to our MongoDB database. And as of right now, if you go to network access in your MongoDB atlas, you'll see that we have our IP access list, right? Like we did previously, we added our current IP address and it stands over here and it says that it's active. So it's working. But like I said, it will only work if we are connected to this IP address. We can only access the database from this IP address. So what I want to do is I want to actually remove this one. And I want to add the IP address from our remote network connector. So I'm going to choose one of these ones. I'm going to choose specifically the one we already connected. So I'll click on this one. And down here, you'll see that there is a public IP. I'm going to copy it, then come to our list over here, paste this, and then just give a comment, something like Twingate network should work, just for us to identify where we got that IP from. So it's going to start adding and checking the status. That doesn't really matter. We'll just wait a bit. But while that is happening, we come over here and we want to actually create the resource that will establish the connection. As of right now, we just added the IP address for our connector to MongoDB, but we haven't actually created our resource. So I'm going to come back to where it says AWS Remote Network, and I'm going to click on Create Resource. Over here, we're going to give a label. In our case, we'll call it MongoDB, just because it is the MongoDB resource. And we have to put an address and domain. So what are we putting here? Well, if we go back to our code, we should see that in our where we connect to our database, we have this connection URL. And there's a specific part that we want to grab. We want to grab this part over here, right? We're not including the slash. We're not including this word over here. We're just grabbing this, copying, then coming to our Twingate over here, pasting this. And then before this dot, we're going to put 2 asterisks. And then we'll click on Create Resource. And if also we have to choose who's going to be able to access this resource. We're going to click on everyone in this case. And you should see that it is connected. However, how do we know if it's connected? Let's go up to our client, and you see that the resource actually appears over here. That means that as long as you are authenticated and running your Twingate client in your computer and the IP address is active as it is, you can now access this anywhere. All you depend on is the connection to the Twingate client. So that's a quick and easy way for you to actually bypass this issue that I personally find with. It's not an issue because it is meant for security, but it's also annoying sometimes when you find yourself in a bunch of situations where having something like Twingate would be important. And like I said, Twingate is not just for this. You can actually, if you check their documentation, if you check their about section, they can be used for a lot of different things. And I'm really happy that they actually chose to sponsor this video. Like I mentioned before, I personally choose sponsors that I use the product and I've tried the product. And with Twingate, I find extreme value with what they are providing. So if you're interested, you can check out their link. It will be in the description. And yeah, let's continue the video. Since we're just gonna work with this locally and it's simple, I'm just gonna allow this to be just the only IP address that I'm working with. Then I'm gonna click on finish and close. And it says, congratulations, we set up access and we did everything that we needed. Now it started deploying and we can connect to this database. There's various different ways to connect to this database, right? And one great way to do so is with the compass. Now, what do I mean by compass? Well, there's various different ways to connect to this database. In this video, I'm not going to be using MongoDB's GUI application to see, which is the compass. I recommend you downloading it, but to simplify everything, I'm not going to use that, especially because I don't know if everyone is going to download it. So I want to make this as inclusive as possible. So we are only actually going to connect for this option over here called MongoDB for VS Code. We're going to click on this and it's going to give us this link over here, this string over here. What this is basically a string that will determine how we connect to our MongoDB. So all I have to do is I just have to add this over here, just like this. And this should connect, but there's a problem, right? The problem is that it puts our username of the user that is the admin, but it doesn't put the password. So we can put it over here. And I remember our password was e-commerce password, something like this. So whatever password you put when you created your account, you can put it over here. Now, I do recommend putting all of this into environment variables, but as you might know from my videos, since I assumed all of you guys know how to use environment variables, if you don't, I don't think this video might be for you. I'm not gonna show it because it's not important to the overall video. If you can do it, you can just do it. Just create a file and add the variables over here. And one thing we also need to do is we also need to add at the end of over here, we need to add the name of our cluster. In our case, the cluster is called e-commerce. So I'm just gonna put it over here and save it. This should create a connection to our database. And it's hard to know if it's working or not. So as we write our code, you'll see that we can see the changes over here because if I click on this database, right, I'll click on database and I'll click on e-commerce, right? You'll see that with this, we can actually see a lot of things related to the database. We can click on collections and this should show all of the collections inside of this database. Obviously, we haven't created any collection yet, but we'll do in a second. And whenever we do, it's gonna appear over here. And then inside of this models folder, it's actually gonna contain all of the database collection definitions. So for those who don't know MongoDB, a collection is kind of like a table in a database if you're converting it to a SQL database. And we're gonna, in this project, have two different tables or two different collections. One is gonna be for the user. So it's gonna contain information about the user, such as their ID, their username, their password, and so on. And the other one is the products. And for each product, we'll add all the information like prices, picture, name of the product and such. So we'll start out as an example, creating our user collection. And to create our user collection, we create a file inside of our models folder called user.ts. Now over here, what we want to do is we want to start by importing some stuff from Mongoose. So we'll import from Mongoose and we'll import schema and model, just like this. Then we want to create an interface. Since we're using TypeScript, remember, we have to create interfaces so that we define the types of our objects. So I'm going to create an interface called iUser, I for interface and user for user. And a user by itself will have, first of all, an ID, which will be an optional thing, but you'll see in a second why it will be optional. And then we're gonna have username, which will also be a string. We'll have password, which will also be a string. And although it might not be obvious by now, we need two more things that are gonna be important for the overall project. The first thing is we need each user to have a certain amount of money, right? We wanna give them a credit of $5,000 immediately. Now, since this is just a sample project that can be used for a resume or something like that, we're not actually implementing Stripe or PayPal or any credit card buying service. The reason for that is because although the Stripe API and I believe the PayPal API are free or not, like you don't have to pay, it will overcomplicate this project. And I already have a video on integrating PayPal. I might make a video on Stripe if you guys are interested in that. So what we do here is we have the available money and we just deduct from this value. So we want to add available money as one of the fields for each user. And remember, this will start as 5,000 and you'll see that we can set that by default in a bit. We also want to keep track of all the products that this user has purchased previously. So we're actually going to have over here something called purchased items. And this will actually be a list of strings. The reason why it will be a list of strings is because we won't set the items here. We're actually going to set a list of ID of items, and we're going to just then translate that into the individual items. However, we haven't created the products model yet or the products collection yet. So for now, we'll just comment this out, but we'll keep it here because soon we will uncomment it. Then we want to create the schema or the collection. We're going to call it user schema and set it equal to new schema. And we said that the type for the schema will be iUser. Then over here, it's pretty simple. We kind of just follow what the data definition that we did over here, but in the format of Mongoose, which will be very similar. We don't define the ID. The reason why we made ID optional here is exactly because of that. Whenever you create a new entry into the schema, MongoDB will automatically create an ID for it. So we don't actually have to define the ID. We're just going to define the username. And we're going to say that this username will be of type string, just like this. We'll also make it required. So every user needs to have a username. And we also want to make it unique because we don't want people with multiple people with the same username. So this here is where you specify different parts of this field, right? So the username has these three requirements, but you can add a lot more. Then we're going to put the password, and it will be very similar. Type of string, required true, but it doesn't have to be unique. It doesn't even make sense. People can have the same password in any website, so we're not going to put that property. Then we want to do available money. And available money will be kind of cool because it will be of type number instead of string because it is a number. And by default, if we put over here a default property, we can put that its default value is 5,000. So every user who is created into the database will be added 5,000 as the initial value for available money, and it can be deducted as we go. Now, as I told you, we need to have something called purchased items, and we'll do this later on, but for now, we'll just comment this out and we'll add that later. At the bottom over here, we're going to export const user model and create a model of type iUser, and we'll call this collection user like this. This is the name of the collection, so put a name that makes sense. It's the name of the table if you're talking in SQL notation, and we pass in the schema for this collection just like this, and this should create our schema whenever we use this actual thing. But we actually want to see the changes happening, so I'm going to refresh this, and as you can see, it still says that there's 0 collections, but I want to click on add my own data, and we can give a name to our database and a name to our collection. I'm going to call the name of the database e-commerce, and the name of the collection user. We've already called it user, but the name over here is actually just connecting to the name we put over here. Then we can put additional preferences, but I'm not going to do that. And we're going to click create. It's going to start creating the collection. And obviously right now there's no actual data here, but if we were to add a user, you would see it appearing over here. And now that we have a user, we can actually start writing some code that will serve as the authentication part of our application. So in these types of tutorials and projects, I always start with the backend. And whenever I start with the backend, I always start with the user/authentication part of things. And I think it's what most people do. The reason for that is because most of the other parts of our project will require us to have this done. So it's good to get it out of the way. So we're going to have to create endpoints related to a user. So endpoints related to authentication. Meaning that I'm going to create over here a folder called routes. And we're going to create a file called user.ts, the same name. But this will not be related to the model user. It will be related to all routes related to user. So I'm just going to close this and we'll start writing inside of this file. Now, what we need to import here is we first need to import Express from Express, and we have to create what is known as a router. So I'm going to say const router equal to express.router. For those who don't know, again, a router is just a way to organize your routes in your code into different files. And over here, we're going to create our first router request, which will be a post request, just like that. So the post request that we want first is for allowing a user to register into our app. So this will be of an endpoint with the route register, just like this. So that means that right now, whenever you have this route, we're going to make a request to the localhost 3001, right? You don't have to write this, I'm just explaining, but localhost 3001/register. Whenever someone makes a request to this endpoint over here, whatever code we write over here should satisfy that request. But this is a route, right? So we actually have to add a common actual direction over here for all of the endpoints in this route. So in our app or in our index.ts over here, we want to import that route that we export over here. So I'm going to export router just like this, router as user router. So we're going to actually change the name of the router to user router so that it becomes easier whenever we import it. But we're just exporting this router at the end of the file. And over here at the top, we're just going to import just like this, import from ./routes/user, and we want to import the user router. And then down here, just say app.use/user/ actually we just don't put any more slashes and we just put the user router. So literally what we're doing here is now whenever we want to make a request that is related to user, we know for a fact we're going to make a request to the localhost 3001/user. And this is where all the endpoints related to user are going to exist. But inside of the user endpoint, we want to make some differences, right? So for example, I want to make a registration route. So I put a post register over here. And to access that one, I say user/register, right? But if we have a login one over here, I can say user/login, something like that. So I'm going to close this and we're going to come over here and continue with register. And for the registration, what we want to do is we actually want to come over here. We're going to make this an async function. This is a callback function. And we want to import some stuff from Express. We want to first export. Actually, I'm going to even delete this Express import over here. And I'm just actually going to import the router directly. So I'm going to say router over here. But we also want to import what is known as a request and a response. So these are the types of both rec and res, if you've ever used rec and res, right? And as simple as it can be, rec and res are basically two parts of this callback function that we can use to get stuff that are coming from whoever makes the request and send stuff to whoever made the request, right? So over here, we're going to first accept something that will come from the body of the request. And what we're going to accept is going to be rec.body. We're going to accept whenever you want to register, we're just going to send from the front end to the back end the username and the password, those two things. Then down here, we're going to use that username and password to try to register that user. But to make that registration, we actually need to import the model that we created for the user. So this thing over here, user model. So we're gonna come over here at the top and we're gonna import from ./models/user, and we wanna import the user model. Now, what we wanna do first is we wanna try to check to see if there's already a user with the username that the user is trying to register with. So we're gonna say const user is equal to await, because this is an async, like whenever you make a request to a Mongoose table, it's gonna return a promise, so you have to use async await or .then and .catch, whatever process you want, but I'm gonna use async await. So we're gonna say await user model, and remember, we wanna find a user with this specific username. So all I need to do in that case is just say find one, and then over here, I need to put find one user with a username equal to username, just like this. Or if you want to use a shorthand notation, I can just do it like this. So if they find a user with this username, if they find something inside of the user model collection with this username, they will set it to the user variable. But if they don't, then it will be null. In our case, we're going to check if user is not null. So if there is a user, then I actually want to return, I want to end this endpoint, because I don't want to create a user again if there's already a user there. So I'm going to return back a message of status 400 that basically let us know that a user tried to create an account with a username that already exists. So we're going to return a JSON object, and I want to basically create a standard for all of our requests. So whatever we turn back, whenever there's an error, I know it's an error because we set the status to 400, and in React, it will catch that error because it knows it's an error because of the status. And when it catches that error, we want to return back some standard error return. The standard for me is I want it to be an object that gives a type. And we're going to have different types of errors in our application. So I actually want to create a folder or a file actually called errors.ts. This is going to contain all of the errors that we have, and they're actually going to be specified as an enum. So I'm going to create an enum over here and call it user errors, just like this. I might even call it like this, I'll just call it user errors. And then this enum will be, basically we'll have a couple options of different errors that we might have. The first one is, if you're trying to create an account or log in, this is gonna be both for login and registration, right? But the first error that we might wanna see is, if you're trying to log in and you with an account with a username that doesn't exist. So you're trying to log in with an account that doesn't exist in the table. So we can put an error called no user found. And whenever we get this error, we'll know that it literally means that no user was found. So you're trying to log in with something that doesn't exist. The second one is whenever you're trying to log in, if you put the wrong username and the wrong password combination, we want to know that. So I'm going to put wrong credentials, and we'll put over here wrong credentials. Finally, we want to have one that is for a username that already exists. So I'm going to say username already exists, and we're going to put the same thing over here. If you've never seen something like this where you use an enum for errors, this is really common in the industry, and it's a great way to do it, because what I can do now is I can actually import from /errors, I can import the user errors, and whenever there's an error, I just specify the type, I return back the type, and I specify which error it is. In this case, it will be username already exists, because we found a user when they tried to register with that username. And that should be fine for now. So now that we made that check, we can kind of continue moving forward. And what I want to do is, okay, you've tried to sign in, right? You try to register. There's no user with the username you're trying to register. So now what do we do? Well, I could technically just come over here and say const new user is equal to new user model. What this will do is it will create, when you say new and then the model, it will create a new instance inside of that collection, meaning it will add something to the collection with whatever data you specify over here. For example, I could specify it with a username and a password, right? But this isn't it, because if we did something like this, what would happen is if a person uses the password dog123, imagine that's the password that they put. Then on our database collection, there would be a text saying dog123. And that's dangerous because imagine someone comes into your database and hacks your database and now they have plain text passwords of everyone. That doesn't make any sense. It's not how we secure passwords in the real world. What we do is we do something like hashing. And hashing is great because hashing can't be unhashed. It's not like encryption where you can just decrypt the thing. With hashing, you turn some sort of text, plain text, into a bunch of random letters and numbers that you can only really check to see if that password is correct by hashing the same plain text and seeing if the hashed passwords match. So that's a great way to do this. And to hash, we're going to actually use something called bcrypt. So we're just going to come over here at the top and we're just going to import bcrypt, which we installed from bcrypt. Remember, then we're going to come down here and I want to create what is known as the hashed version of this password. So I'm going to say hashed password. And we're going to set it equal to await bcrypt.hash. So bcrypt has a hash function. And we just pass over here the password. And this is, we'll just put 10. You really don't have to know what this is, but it will kind of determine a little bit on how hashed or how different our password will look. Now, instead of saying new user with the old password, we're going to set the password and the object to be equal to the hashed password. And this should actually add a new layer of security to our app. But after we created the new user, we want to actually save the changes. So we'll say await new user dot save, just like that. And then finally, we're just going to return back a JSON message with no status because it's going to be a success. And it will be with a message saying something like, I don't know, user registered successfully, something like that. Now, the last thing we want to do here is account for the moments where things don't work out. Something might happen. Our server might, for some reason, not time out or do something wrong, or the database might have an issue whenever you're requesting. Something might happen. So whenever we have await and we're making promises like this, especially with our backend, we want to handle our errors. So I'm going to surround all of this with a try catch, just like this. And although this is annoying to do, it is important. You should always catch your errors. So I'm going to catch over here and I'm going to return back with a status of 500. It's going to be a server error. And to be honest, the type we're going to put over here will be just the error in itself. We could have handled that better, but for now, we'll just keep it like that. So that if in case there's an error, it won't actually just break our front end, which is what can happen, right? So now we have this registration. How do we check to see if this is working? Well, you can use multiple ways. We could actually just build our front end and test it out right now, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use something called Insomnia. There's also Postman, which is an alternative and it's really famous, but I love using Insomnia, which is why I have this app over here in my computer. I recommend installing it. It's literally called Insomnia. It's free. It's a way for you to test your API by making requests to it, right? So we have our API running right now. It's running over here, if you recall. It's running. So I can actually test out sending data to a specific endpoint by clicking on Create New HTTP Request. And then over here, I can put the link to my API, which will be HTTP localhost 3001. And in our case, I want to test out the register endpoint inside of the user group of user router. So I'm going to say /user /register, just like this. And right now, what should happen if I run this? It should actually fail because there's going to be no username. Because when you try to create a new user with an empty username or an empty password, it's going to break because it is required and we haven't sent that, right? So if I try to run this, what I should see is the error being catched over here and something with the status 500. So it shouldn't work. And let's try. It says it couldn't even find it, which means maybe we did something wrong. Oh yeah, I know what it is. It's because I'm trying to make a GET request. This is a POST request. I'm going to change it to POST. When I run this, as you can see, we should get an internal server error, which is exactly what we wanted because we didn't send a username and a password. But now let's try to create a user by changing the body over here to JSON. So I'm going to simulate sending a JSON object as if we were sending from the front end into our API. So let's send an object with a username, and let's call this user PedroTech. And the password, let's call it, to keep it simple, I'm going to call it password. Just that. Okay, just password. If you are interested in making your front end a little bit more safe in the sense that you can add like forms and allow only passwords that are strong and stuff like that, you can do so. But since this isn't the point of the video, the point of the video is more of a e-commerce type project, I'm not going to add that. I'm not going to add validation and stuff for my backend. I have videos on this, which I'm going to link in the description. But for now, let's just accept simple passwords like password. And I'm going to click on send. What I should see is user registered successfully and a 200 status request, which is amazing. So it seems that our API is working, but is it really working? Because we haven't seen the data appearing anywhere. So if we come over here to our Google Chrome and we refresh this page, it's going to retrieve all the collections, and we actually have a users collection over here, which is different from the user one that we created. Did we make a naming mistake? Probably. Let me check out. Let's go to models, called user. Yeah, we should have called this. It doesn't matter what we call this. It actually made it into a plural, but basically our document is over here. So yeah, the user we just created is over here, as you can see. It's called PedroTech, and it has this password, which is a hashed password, and it starts with available money of 5,000. With this website, you can actually edit the values. I could change this value if I wanted to and update it, but we're not going to do that now. And as you can see, it did create an ID for this user as well. Let's create another one just to test out. So you see, I just see everything in action. We're going to create a user called Harry Potter, and the password will just be Potter. Send, and it seems to have successfully created. When we apply, Harry Potter appears over here, again with a hashed password, which is amazing. So it seems like the connection with our database and everything related to that is great and it's working. Now what we can start doing is writing the code for our authentication. So let's start by coming to our user routes and create the next route in our app, which is going to be the login route. I'm going to say router. It's going to be a post request again. And we're going to say /login instead of register. And again, we'll say rec request res response. And don't forget, we have to make this into an async function. And over here, what we want is, first of all, again, when you try to log in, you're just going to send from the front end both a password and a username. So I'm going to say rec.body, and we're going to grab the username and password, just like this. Then, just as a standard, let's already separate our logic with a try catch, because in case there's any error inside of the logic we're going to write over here, dealing with the database and such, we're already going to catch it over here and send back like we did before, just like this. But since we dealt with that, let's write the code for actually authenticating. And what we need to do is pretty simple. We're going to first create a user, right? And this user will actually be of type iUser. We're going to import this. I don't know if, yeah, it was already imported, but we're going to create a user of type iUser, and we're going to get it back from our model. So I'm going to say user model, model.find1 again, and we're going to put the username. So now what we're doing is we're basically getting a user when we try to log in, similar to how we did over here, but differently from here. We didn't expect to get a user back because the person was registering. In this case, we are expecting to get something back because you're trying to log in with a username that should be in the collection. But if it isn't, if not user, then we do have to return back an error of status 400. And in this case, the error is that there's no users. So we're going to say of type equal to user errors dot no user found. Remember, we made this error, right? And the reason why I also specified that the user here should be of type iUser is because it will by default. But I also want to, and in this case, it will because that's how we defined our model over here, right? But in this case, I want to specify like this because I also want to do some stuff with the user later on in this code. So, for example, I want to now check to see if the user with the username that they try to log in has sent a password that is the same as the password that this user has in the database. So I basically want to check to see if the passwords match. But remember, we can't just check by saying, oh, if password is equal to user.password, right? Because if you recall, this is the user in the database, and this is the password of the person logging in. But the problem is, this will be in plain text, and this will be hashed. So what we have to do is we actually have to hash this as well and check to see if the hashed version of this will be equal to, will be the same as this value over here. So the way we do it is we create a variable called isPasswordValid, and then we await bcrypt to basically compare both the password sent and the password in the database. So this should be true if they match. And if they don't match, so if not is password valid, then we actually want to, again, stop our tracks and return back an error. This time it will be wrong credentials. But if they match and everything is good, finally we can start the creation of the user. We want to first create the user by creating a token for the user. The token, if you're not familiar with JWTs or JSON Web Tokens, will basically be a way of us creating a secret version of the user's information and then using it whenever the user makes a request to check if the user making the request is the actual user that is authenticated. Now, it's very complicated to just explain it like that. That's why there's several videos out there on JWT, including I have a whole video on it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to implement it and not really explain it fully, but it's because it's not the point of the video. And I think the explanation I gave was enough. But if you have any more questions about it, just put in the comments and I'll answer. So if you want to create our token, what we do is we first import at the top over here, JWT from JSON Web Tokens. And what we do is we basically say, okay, const token. So the token we want to create is equal to jwt.sign, and then we put an object and we say ID is equal to the user dot underscore ID. So what we're doing here is we're actually gonna create an encrypted version of this object over here. And the object will contain a unique identifier for the user. So the encrypted version of this unique identifier will be our token. And it's great because it is unique for each user and it is also encrypted. And we're also going to put a secret over here as a way to kind of separate our tokens and the whole process from other people. I would recommend putting here an actual secret, an actual, I don't know, maybe even a string of letters, a password, right? I'm going to just write secret for simplicity reasons, but definitely change this. Then when we have our token, this is what I actually want to return back to the front end. We're going to return back an object containing the token and the user ID. So I'm going to say user._ID, just like that. And this should be it for the login route. We can test out if this route is working by coming over here and trying to log in with one of the accounts. For example, I'll try to log in with the Harry Potter account. And what should happen here is we should get back that information. So I'm going to click send. And as you can see, this is what we get back. We get the user ID for this user and a weird looking token that contains that information. But let's try out to see if any of our errors are working. Let's try signing in with a user who doesn't have the correct username. For example, I'll take one letter and let's see if it works. It seems to have worked. Now let's try to put the wrong password. If it's working, yeah, it's working. It says the correct error messages. So it seems like our login is pretty much done. All we have to do now is write a middleware that we will add to every important request, that what this middleware is going to do is verify the token sent from the front end. Again, this whole idea of authentication and authorization using tokens is pretty complicated, but I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. What I want to do here is I want to create a middleware, which is a function that is going to run before every request. So for example, I'm going to create the middleware over here, and let's call it verify token. And for now, we'll just keep it like this. Well, before a request, I can actually, if I want to apply this middleware to this request, which I won't because it doesn't make sense because the user hasn't logged in yet, we just put the middleware over here. And what this will do is whenever this request is called, it's going to run this verify token function first, make a bunch of checks, and if it succeeds, it will continue with the request. So it's kind of like a way for you to make some checks before a request is executed. And the checks we want to do here is we actually want to make the person in the front end send this token over here that they receive, and we'll validate to see if it's the correct token. Now, the reason why we want to do that is because sometimes you can pretend to be someone else, but not have the token and make a request pretending to be another person. So what do I mean by that is, for example, if I wanted to, imagine I have this Harry Potter user over here, and I want to have an endpoint that requires them to post a picture, right? Imagine this is in Instagram. So I could just send the ID, like fake a request, send the correct ID for this user, send all the information, and post a picture. However, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that if we are actually checking for the tokens, because the tokens only exist whilst the users log in. Unless you have access to the computer they're logged in, then you won't have access to the token. So you can't fake that request. So that's basically it for why we're doing this. We're going to create these three kind of things over here, these three arguments. One is going to be a request, one is going to be a response, and one is going to be next. And next is a next function. It's basically a function that we can use to call, that whenever we call it, like if I call next over here, basically it's just gonna ignore the rest and move on to the request that we were applying the middleware to. So basically, when we send the data from the front end, we want to receive it through the headers of the request. So we can actually have access to what the user is sending from the front end by using the rec part over here. And we want to get it from the headers, like I said. So I'm going to say rec.headers, just like this. And in our headers, let's imagine the front end will send an object with a variable called authorization, which is what we're going to do. Well, if there is an auth header, then we want to check to see if it's a verifiable token. If there isn't a header, then we want to send back an error. We're going to say res.sendStatus, and we want to send an error of status 401, basically telling us that the user is not the correct user. So we shouldn't allow them to make this request. So this will block the request from happening if you don't send the correct token in your headers. But if you send a token, we now need to verify to see if this token is the correct one. So we're going to call JWT and call the function verify, pass in the auth header, and pass in the secret that we used to encrypt this. In our case, it was actually the word secret. And then we're going to have a callback function with possible errors. And if there is any error in this case, then again, we want to send back status. I'm also going to return this over here. Not that it matters, but I'm going to return that as well. Now, if you're familiar with statuses, like the status codes, then you should be fine with this. But if you're not, there's a list of what each status code means. You can look online, but we're going to send a 403 for this one over here. And in the case where there's no errors, now is the time we call the next function, because it just means that, okay, we made the request. We ran through this function. We saw that there was a token sent on the headers. We verified that token and saw that it is matching with what it's supposed to be, meaning that it is the correct user being authenticated. So let's call the next function, and continue with the request, and then check out all of the code over here. So this middleware will be really important, not right now, but whenever we start writing our endpoints for our product part. Because for example, if you want to purchase a product, you want to make sure that it is the correct user and the authenticated user making that request. And now that we're done with this, we're pretty much done with this part of our authentication and our user, and we can start writing some code for our front end. We will obviously, after we're done making this, I will start writing the basics of our front end, but whenever we need to write our backend, we'll come back to our server and continue writing. From now on, we're going to be alternating between the front end and the back end. I always like to start with the authentication stuff first and then go to the front end. But as you will see, it will start making sense as we progress. Okay, so now that we are done with the back end, let's start working with the front end. So I'm going to open up here the client folder. I'm going to close this up, and we're going to open up a new terminal, and this terminal will be specifically meant for running the front end. So we have here a terminal that runs the backend, this one over here, and that will remain untouched. This one is for adding and removing packages from the backend. We'll have the same one for the front end to add and remove packages, which will be this one, and we'll cd to client so that we know where it is. And this one will also be in the client, but it will be meant to create and also run the React app. So what I need to do here is I need to create a React application. There's multiple ways of doing this. You can obviously create an app using Next.js. You can create an app using Vite. You can create an app from scratch, right? I have a video on that. But I decided to use Create React App for this video. After this video, I might start using some Vite as well. And obviously, I have videos on the way where I use Next.js. The reason why I'm using Create React App is because it is the most universally known method. And it really doesn't change that much between the app that I'm going to create here and the app that uses Vite, for example. So if you're interested in using that instead of Create React App, you can do so as well. But to create a React app using Create React App that also is templated with TypeScript, what we have to do is we have to say yarn create React app. Then we want to say it's in the client folder, and we need to put -- template and then TypeScript. And as you might expect, this will create a bunch of files over here, including the files that we need for our project. And all of them will already be by default in TypeScript. Okay, as you can see, it finished installing everything, and all of our files are indeed in TypeScript. But there are some other packages that I want to install. Similar to the backend, I'm just gonna install all of them over here. And although they might not make sense in the moment, you need to know that they will make sense in the long run. And as we progress with our application, I will explain each package and what they do individually. So by default, you see we already have a lot of packages here, especially the ones with TypeScript types, which is pretty good. But what I want to install is, first of all, I want to install the package Axios. Now this will be made for just directly making the fetch API easier for us to fetch. We're just going to use Axios instead. I thought about using React Query for this app, but I decided not to. However, I do recommend in some cases, if you're interested, using such thing. But what else do we need? Well, we need also to install React Cookie, because this package will allow us to easily manage our cookies, and we need cookies to store our tokens. And then finally, we also need React Router DOM, which will be meant to obviously generate routes in our application. And I'm also using Font Awesome for like a single icon I'm using my application. If you have any other alternatives for this, you can use them as well. You can use Material UI, you can use whatever you want, but this is just for that icon of the shopping cart we're gonna add. And the thing is, for that, we need to install a bunch of packages. We have to install basically Fort Awesome / React Font Awesome, like this. Then we need to do the exact same thing. I'll just put at Fort Awesome / free solid SVG icons, and then at Fort Awesome, I'm even gonna do this / font awesome SVG core. Those three libraries. they're all for one single icon. I don't think this is the most efficient way to do this, but don't worry. It's not gonna make any difference for this specifically. If you're obviously worried about the size of the packages and stuff, you can find alternative ways. Since it was for such a small thing in this project, I really didn't put a lot of time in trying to find the best alternative, but it's just all these 3 packages over here are just for an icon. So now we can start actually building our project. And the first thing I want to do is delete some of the files that are here. I'm going to delete the setup tests. I'm going to delete the report web vitals, the index.css, the logo, and the test. I'm deleting those because they are extremely unnecessary for what I'm going to be building. I'm not going to be using any of them. And I'm just going to make it easier for us to see our project. So I'm going to delete this as well. I always do this. And I'm deleting this and this as well. I just realized I need to put a div over here. And now it should all be good. Let's test out to see if our app is running by running yarn start. And we should see probably over here in our localhost 3000, an empty web page, which is exactly what we do see. Now we can start actually building the structure of our app. I'm going to start by creating the folder structure of how I usually like creating React apps. So usually there's multiple pages, right? It is a single page application, but that doesn't mean we're not going to have multiple routes. So to put our routes in our pages, I'm going to create a folder called pages. For now, it will be empty, but we're also going to create a folder called components. This is a folder that will include any component that is not a page that might be important for the app as a whole, or might be reused in the app continuously. Then we also need a folder for any contexts that we create. We're going to be using the context API for state management in this project, so we really need this over here. Then we need a folder for any custom hooks I create, and I believe we only do create one in this case, but it is extremely important that we have something like this. And to be honest, I think this is pretty much it. Now we'll go to our app.txx, and over here, we're going to start creating our app by first defining our routes. So at the top over here, I'm actually not going to import anything from React. I'm just going to import from React router DOM. And we're going to import a couple of things. We're going to import a browser router as a router. We're going to import routes, and we're going to import route. This will obviously, the 3 components will be super important for us to, I need to put this as app because it was by default. But those 3 components over there are super important for us to define our application routing system. We'll first put the router, then we'll define the routes. And inside of the routes, we're going to have a couple routes in our app. We're going to have the first route, which will be just the main shop page. And it will be by default the empty /path, right? The initial URL will lead directly to the shop page. For now, we're not even going to put the component over here because we haven't created it yet, but we're just going to define the other routes. So then we need a route for authentication. So that page where you have a login and a register. Then over here, we'll have a route for checkout. Whenever you click on your cart and you want to check out your products, you can go there. And finally, we're going to have a route for purchased items, which by the name, you should assume it is the page where we display previously purchased items. So this is pretty good, but there's no way to navigate towards them. So I'm going to create in the components folder a file called navbar.tsx. This is the first component we're going to create. And in this component, it's actually going to be pretty simple. We're just going to have a single navbar at the top, which you can style it however you want, but we're going to keep it as simple as possible. We're just going to return over here a div, and this div will have a class name of navbar. Now, as always with my videos, I am going to not show any CSS being written. I already wrote the CSS, but it's not the focus of the video. So if you're interested in just having the same CSS as me, you can check out in the description the link for the GitHub repository with the CSS. And I'm just going to be posting the code for the CSS as I go without actually writing it. I'm just going to copy and paste what I already written. Then we also want to have a div over here, which will contain the title. So we're going to give a class name of navbar title. And over here, we'll put an h1 tag that says the name of the website. So I'm going to call it PedroTech shop, as you saw in the beginning, but you can call the website whatever you want. Then over here, we're going to have a div, which is going to encompass all of the different links we might have in our app. So I'm going to say navbar links. I'm actually going to change, I don't want to use camo. I'm just going to use just a simple dash to separate the words. Then over here, we're going to have a link, which if you're not familiar from React DOM, you can import a component called a link. And it's basically an A tag, but it works perfectly for React DOM. And I would recommend you using it instead of an A tag. You just put the to property over here and you tell where you want to navigate. For example, the first link we want is just to the main page. So we're going to put shop and then put the route to the shop page, which is the main page. Then we're going to do the exact same thing for all of the other parts. For now, we're going to not put the icon yet. Actually, we should, right? We already had imported that package, so we'll just do it. We'll have a couple pages. We'll have first the purchased items page, and I'll put over here purchases. We'll also have the checkout page, which, like I said, we're going to put an icon here, and the icon, we can actually import it by just coming over here at the top and saying import from at Fort Awesome React Font Awesome. We're going to import something called Font Awesome Icon. And then we'll also import from the other library, the Fort Solid SVG icons, and we're going to import the FA shopping cart, just this. And then all we have to do to put that icon there is we just come over here and say Font Awesome Icon, put the icon prop to be FA shopping cart, and then close this component. We'll see that we do have, I haven't imported this component yet, so we're not going to see it yet, but it should have the icon there and it should act like a link. And then finally, we'll have a link to our authentication page. So I'll put auth over here. And then finally, for now, I don't think we need any more links, so I'll delete this. We will add more links later, but I'll delete this. And we'll try seeing the navbar in action. So I'm going to import over here at the top, import from ./component/navbar, and we'll import the navbar component. And it's important that the navbar has to be above all of these routes because it will exist in any page regardless of the route. But it can't be above the router because it uses the link component, which is part of React DOM. So every time you go use anything from React DOM, it has to be below this router component. So I'm going to put it over here. We'll save it and we'll take a look. You see, this is our navbar from now, but of course I'm going to add some CSS just to fix that up. And to do that, I'm just going to add it directly to the app.css file. We'll create CSS files for the other pages, but for this one, for the navbar, I'll just put it over here. Okay, as you can see, I just pasted all of the CSS for the navbar. We'll come over here and we'll see that this is how the navbar is looking so far. If I click on this, you'll see it will navigate us through the pages. And here's the icon we added, right? But it's not really doing anything because we haven't actually told React DOM what component to render whenever we go to the specific routes. We just kept that empty, as you see over here, right? We didn't add anything. So to add something, we'll have to create the individual pages for each of the pages over here. So the pages we're going to create, like we said, is first the shop page, the auth page, the checkout page, and the purchased items page. And for each of the pages, I'm actually going to create a folder inside of our pages folder. So the first one will be the shop page. So we're going to just call it shop. We're also going to create the auth page, then also the checkout page, and I think the purchased items page. So purchased items, just like that. And for each of the pages, we're going to create two files. We're going to create the index.tsx, which is going to represent the individual component or the page in itself for that folder, and a styles.css. At least that's the folder structure I like to use. I like to call all of the components index.tsx because the folder gives the name and identifies them. So I'm going to copy these two files and I'll paste it in all of the other folders. So I'm going to copy. I'm going to come to the other folders and I'm going to paste it just like this. and we'll have the correct file for each of them. Then for each of those files, especially the index.tsx ones, I'm just going to create a simple like boilerplate component for that individual page. So for example, for the auth, I'm just going to create a component that is just going to return a div saying auth, just like this. And that should be it. I'll copy this and I'll put it on the checkout and change this to checkout and this to checkout too. And then I would do the same thing with this one. And I will call it purchased items. And we'll do it with this one as well. Let me just copy this. Also, I think I might call the components, put a page in the end of the component's name, because I think it makes it easier to identify. Like instead of saying shop, I'll say shop page. And I'll do the same with this one's over here. I'll call this page and this one too. Then finally, this one over here. Okay, so we have all of our pages kind of at least the setup created. So we'll just import all of them over here. Import from ./pages/auth. We'll import first the auth. And we'll just paste this 3 more times. We'll change this to shop. And then this to shop page. This to checkout. And then this to checkout page. And finally, this to purchased items and this to purchased items page. This part is kind of annoying, but it's fine. It's just part of the process. And for each of the individual routes, we're just gonna give an element to it. The element is just the rendering of the component. So for the empty path one is the shop page. So I'm just gonna render the shop component whenever we go to this individual path. I forgot it's shop page, just like this. And we'll do the same for the other ones. I'm just gonna copy and paste to go faster. This will be auth, this will be checkout, and this will be purchased items. Now, if we save this and we go to our page, you'll see that depending on which page we're in, you see the individual component rendered below the navbar will change, right? It will change completely dependent on which page we're in, which is pretty good. Now, one thing you might notice is, well, we don't actually have any, like we have this auth page, right? But we don't have any links in the navbar to that page, if you see it over here. Now, the reason for that is because I don't think you should go to an auth page, like by choice. I think you have to be forced to do so in this app specifically, because everything else should be blocked unless you're authenticated. It should be one of those websites where you have to log in order to see everything else. So we're gonna have to add that functionality later on, right? For now, what we can do is to go to the auth page. I'm just gonna forcefully come to the auth page, as you can see over here. And that's pretty much the setup, right? Now, what we have to do is we just have to start building the pages. And by default, we're gonna start with the auth page because it's the one that makes more sense to start with. And it's also a little bit complicated. So we'll just get that out of the way in order to continue. We're gonna open up over here the auth file. And in here, what I wanna do is I actually wanna create a div that is gonna have a class name of auth. And it's just gonna actually display 2 different components. One that is gonna be called register and one that is gonna be called login. Now, each of those individual components should handle their individual tasks, right? And for simplicity reasons, I'll just create them over here. I'll create the register one, just like this. And I'll return for now just a div saying register. And we'll create the login as well. And I'll change this to login. Now, the reason why I'm separating is because I want the logic for each of them to be handled separately so we have more organization. And to start off with the register one, what we will do is we'll delete this and we'll give this a class name of auth container, just like this. Then we're gonna build a form in here, a simple form that is gonna contain 2 fields, one for the username and one for the passwords, right? Because those are the only 2 things we need in order to register. Now the form will have an h2 tag that will say register, just so we identify which form it is. And then we'll have a div with a class name of form group. This is for styling purposes, remember. The structure should be similar, but if you want to follow my styling, this is how I'm doing it. I'll put a label called username, and right below it, I'll put an input, which is going to have a type of text, and we'll have an ID of username, and we need to give an ID because we use the label, and we'll come to the label and just say that this label is HTML4, and then we'll put the ID of this individual input. So we're just saying that this label references this input, and we'll do the exact same thing with the other input as well. We'll create another form group, change this to password, change this from type text to type password so we don't see what the text is saying, and then change this to password as well, and this too, just like this. Finally, below this div, we'll just have a button which is going to be used for submitting the form. So I'll say register, and we'll give a type of submit, just like this. We should see that this is something that resembles an actual form, right? Obviously the UI again isn't here, but we shouldn't worry about that now. Now what I want to do is I want to create some states in React that are going to hold the values of the inputs so that we can later on use those values. So to do that, I'm going to import over here at the top from React. I'm going to import the use state hook, and we're going to use two hooks for this, two states for this. Both of them are going to be strings. One of them is going to be called username, and we have a function called set username, and the next one is going to be called password, and we'll have a function called set password. Now those two will be used to hold the values of the input. So whenever you type on the input, we wanted to change the value of our state so that we can later use that value to send in a request. So for example, for the username over here, what we can do is I can just give this an on change, and then when there's an on change, whenever there's a change in the input, we want to grab the current event and just say that I want to set the username to be equal to this current event dot target dot value. So the value of the input whenever this event happens. That's kind of the idea. And we'll do the same for the password, but instead of obviously setting the username, we'll set the password. This is pretty cool. We'll now have access to that value. We'll also set the value of the input to the username. That's pretty standard to do because then you can just, it won't change much visually, but you can then just manipulate the value of the input by manipulating the state, which is pretty interesting to do as well. But what we can do now is we can create a function that is going to be called whenever you submit the form. So I'll create over here a function called handle submit, and we'll make it an async function. It will have an event, and for now we'll not use that event, but we'll just keep it like this. We'll say that we want to event.prevent default, just like this. Now the reason why it's giving us an error is because we're using TypeScript here, and it's saying that there is an implicit any type. So we just have to give the type for this, which it's actually something from React called synthetic event. This is the type for an event that is an on submit form. So we'll just set that up like that. And over here, what we can do is we can write the code that is actually gonna make the API request to our API that we wrote to register a user. So in order to make that API request, we're going to be using this library called Axios, right? And if you've never used Axios, don't worry. It's basically like the fetch API, if you've ever used fetching, but it's made a little bit simpler in my opinion. So for example, if I want to try to register this user, it's a post request. I can just say await axios.post, put the link to my backend. So I'll say HTTP /localhost 3001 /auth, actually /user /register, because that's how the path to a registration. And then over here, I can just pass an object, which is going to be the body of this request. And in our case, we want it to be a username and a password. So all we have to send is just an object containing the username and the password, right? And by default now, that's already what the user is typing on the input. So we're sending that information. And this should technically make the request work. In case it works, I just want to keep it simple and alert a message saying registration completed. Now log in. And we can test to see if this is working. But before we test, we have to account for a fact that there might be an error, right? Like we might break the app. So how do we catch that error? Well, let's take a look and see if we can actually force an error to happen. I'll just put the handle submit as an onSubmit to this form because that's the only way we can test this out. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to try to register a user. I'm even going to open the console log just so we can see if anything seems to be happening. Nothing seems to be going wrong. I'll try to just submit or register a user called PedroTech. So this should force an error. And the reason why this should force an error is because that user already exists, right? But we're not correctly handling that error in the front end. So technically it's just going to break. And you can see over here, it's breaking because of a Axios post request. And if we go to the response of that request in the data, we should see that it actually returned the correct information. It says username already exists, which is an error that we created in our backend, but we're not handling it. So React doesn't know what to do, so it just breaks. That's the basics of it. That's the idea. So what I want to do is I want to come over here to our code and I'll just wrap both of these things around with a try catch, right? And in case there is an error, we have to handle that error. And there's two different possible errors that can happen. It can either be a no user found, or it can be an error saying that the user already exists. So what we can check is we can check to see what type of error this is. So for example, I'll first ask, okay, if error dot response dot data dot type is equal to something like username already exists, then do this. But the problem is, let's actually keep it standard. I have the errors as enums over here in our backend. Remember, we have this model called, no, not here. We have it on, yeah, it's on the backend, but it's a errors.ts file. We have this errors over here. I'm actually going to copy this and make an instance of this in the front end. We'll put it over here, errors.ts, and we'll use the same kind of errors. I'll come over here and I'll say, okay, if it's equal to user errors, it automatically imported, dot username already exists. Then what I want to do is I actually want to just alert a message saying username already in use, something like this. But recall that there can be other errors as well. For example, there can be a server error where we don't actually know what's happening. Some problem happened with the database or something like that. So the front end can just alert in any other case, something like this. Oh, I'll actually put an error message over here. Error, something went wrong. I don't want to actually go into details in the front end about the backend error because I don't want to give that information to the front end people. Now, this is giving me an error because of the type of the error variable. Now, there is an error over here which says object is of type unknown. And the reason for this is because it will always assume like the type of it is unknown. And there's actually really annoying workarounds with Axios on how to handle this. So in order to fix this, all I'm going to do is I'm going to come to our tsconfig, similar to how we did with our backend, and I'm just going to make it not strict. I'm still going to follow the rules and make this as safe as possible, but this kind of errors is annoying because I am using Axios and I know for a fact this is how it's going to look. And to be honest, even if this doesn't come out the perfect way, I can just put question marks over here and it will actually not it won't give us any bugs, and the else case will handle any other kind of error. So that should be fine. And we should see that now if I try to log in with this again, it's actually just going to say username already in use and it's not going to break the app. But let's check out what happens if I actually try to register a new user. We'll create someone called Jack, Jack BR, and we'll put a password that is, hey, what's up? I just wrote that. And I'm clicking on register. we should see that registration was completed and it's telling us to now log in. But did it actually work? Well, let's check it out. Let's open up our database. We'll try to find new people over here by just refreshing our database. And yeah, we see Jack BR is over here. So we successfully connected our backend and our frontend, which is pretty good. But there's a lot more to do still. That's just the basics, right? We actually pretty much finished our registration. So I want to start working on the login. And the login is going to be very similar to the registration. So I'm going to copy this entire component. I'm just going to replace it over here, but obviously change this to login, right? We should see that it should have duplicated two registers, but we'll obviously make the small changes that we need. Now, the first main change is just the names, right? I'll change this from register to login and the bottom one from register to login as well. We should see it working now. But the other thing is the API requests, because it is a bit different. Because now instead of just registering and checking to see if we actually registered or not, we have to handle a token that is going to come back. We have to handle what to do after you log in and stuff like that. So we'll have to change these things a little bit over here inside of this function. So that's mainly what the difference is. I also just realized I didn't put types to my states. So we definitely have to do that. For the use state, we'll just say that this is a string and this is a string as well. And we'll do the same for this use state as well, just like that. That's all the things I need to fix. But for the login, we need to first change the API request we're going to make. We're going to make a request to the login route. And we are indeed getting something back because the register is not sending anything important back. The login is, it's going to send a token. So we'll create a variable called result and await for the result of this request. Then when we get this back, if it is successful, we're going to receive back a token inside of this result object. So what do we do with that token? Well, I want to set that token and put it in the user's cookies. So to do that, we're going to have to use the library that we installed called React Cookie, this library over here. And this library is really cool. It has a hook called use cookies. And in our login, we'll just call that hook over here, const, then open and close brackets and set it equal to use cookies. Now we need to give a name to the cookie we want to actually add. And in our case, we'll call it the access token because it's going to be a token that we're going to use to access different things. Now we don't have to have access to the value of the token, but we do have to have access to a function that is going to set that token, right? Set that cookie. So I'm going to ignore the cookie's value. It's similar to a use state, actually, this hook that they made. The second one is just going to be called set cookies, just like this. And when we get the cookie back over here from the result, that's what we're going to do. We're going to set a cookie equal to access token, and we're going to set it equal to result.data.token. And we know that token will come from the data because if we go to our backend over here in our routes user, we know that when we have our login at the end, we're sending an object with a token property, which is pretty good. Then I want to save the user ID, and the user ID, I don't need it to be stored in the cookies. I could, but I'm going to store it actually in the local storage because it's more easy to access in my opinion. So I'm just going to say local storage dot set item, and we're going to set the user ID to this, and then result.data.user ID, just like that. For now, we'll not do anything else for the success case. We'll just handle the catching part of it because it is a little bit more complicated. There's a lot of things that can happen when you are actually logging in, right? There's a lot of errors. You can either try to log in with a user that doesn't exist. You can try to log in with the wrong credentials. You can try to log in and have some sort of, server error. So what I want to do is instead of using an if else, I'm going to use a switch case over here just to make it a little bit simpler. We'll create a variable called error message. It will be a string and it will be starting as an empty string. Then what I want to do is I want to basically say switch. So depending on the type of error.response .data.type, we're going to actually change the error message string. So the first case is when it's equal to user errors dot no user found. So what this is basically you're trying to log in with a username that doesn't exist, right? So I'll set the error message to user doesn't exist, something like this. Then we're going to break in this case, so it doesn't continue, and we'll write the next case. The next case is in case the user tries to log in with the wrong credentials. So I'm gonna say, in this case, we'll set the error message to be equal to wrong username / password combination. We don't want to specify which one is wrong so that it doesn't give them too much information. And we're gonna break this as well. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to set a default case, which is in case there's any server errors. And we'll just say that the error message will be something went wrong. And at the end over here, we will just delete all of this and alert whatever we get back by saying alert error, and then just adding the error message at the end, depending on which error this is. So let's test this out. Let's test the error cases. Let me try to log in with someone that literally doesn't exist. We should see error, this user doesn't exist. Great. Let's try to log in with JackBR. It's a user that exists, but let's put a random password. Yeah, it's working. It says wrong username and password combination. Now we're not going to test for a server error because that one is more like in case something happens. I don't want to force that to happen. So now it's time for us to get this to work, to have a successful login. And how are we going to test that? Well, whenever you log in, I want to be able to get redirected to the shopping page, this page over here, right? The reason for that is because you're done logging in, so you don't want to stay there anymore. And to be redirected, I'm actually going to use something from React Rotterdam. So I'm going to say import from React Rotterdam. We're going to import a hook called use navigate. And this hook is really cool because it will allow us to obviously navigate between the different routes by calling a function called the navigate function. So we just say navigate equals to use navigate. And then we'll just call, after we log in, we'll say, okay, navigate towards the shopping route, which is the empty route. And as I expect, this should be working. So there's only one way to figure it out. Let's try logging in as Harry Potter, right? I remember the password for Harry Potter was just Potter, right? I'll click login, and as you can see, it worked. Now, how do we know if it worked? Well, we can check to see if the token and the user ID were added to both our cookies and our local storage. So to do that, we're going to come to our application, and already right off the bat, you can see in our local storage, there's already a user ID set over here, which is pretty good. Now for cookies, we'll click here, and we should see that a token appears here as well, meaning that it seems to have worked, which is pretty good. And now that we have finished everything related to the login in the front end, we can actually start working on some of the other features that we're going to have in our website. Specifically, I want to work on the ability to purchase products and just display the products as a whole. We haven't actually built that in the backend yet. In the backend, we obviously are only worked so far with the stuff related to the user, but I think it is time for us to go back to the backend and start writing all of the endpoints and database collections related to the products. It is important to let you know that since this website is more from a user purchasing something, like the perspective of a user purchasing something rather than the perspective of someone trying to sell something on the website, all the products are actually added by the admins. So for example, by us, there's no ability to add a product into the store from the website, because usually if it's a website that is selling like clothes, there should be an admin backend that actually adds this stuff. It shouldn't be available for the user to do so. So we're going to add all of that data individually, and I'm going to leave a link in the description with all the data that I'm adding as a test data if you guys are interested in using that as well. So now that we got that out of the way, let's start working on what is going to be the product. So to do that, we're going to start with a model. We're going to call this product.ts. It's where we're going to actually define the structure of our product database or our product collection, right? So over here, I'm going to, in the top, just import from Mongoose, like we did before, and I'm going to import a schema and a model. Now, this should already be easy now that we've done the same for the user. So what I want to do is I want to first create the interface for the product. We're going to call it interface iProduct, right? And if you recall, the products kind of looked like the following. There is a picture of the product, a title of the product, a price, maybe a little bit of a description, and that's pretty much what is displayed to the user when they go into the website, at least from what you've seen from my demo. So what I want to do is I want to first add a product name as a field for the product, right? And it will be a string. Then we also want to add a price, which will obviously be a number. So that those two are probably the most important ones. Then we need to add a description, just in case you want to describe a little bit of your product, right? And then we're going to add an image URL, and this is going to be great because it's going to allow us to have pictures for our products. And finally, I want to add a thing that I haven't mentioned, which is stock quantity. Now, if you recall in the demo, some products can be out of stock. So what we're going to do is we're going to add this field, and whenever someone purchases a product, we're going to decrease this value until whenever it gets out of stock, it will have some sort of way to display to the user that it is out of stock and prevent them from trying to buy it. So those are the only fields we're going to have in the iProduct interface, which means it's the only fields we're going to have in the product schema. So let's create that schema. I'm going to say const product schema, similar to what we did on the other one, set equal to new schema, and then pass an iProduct over here, just like this. Then we're going to open parentheses and open an object. And over here, we're just going to basically redefine all of this, but with the Mongoose type definitions. So we're going to first define a product name, and it's going to be of type string. And obviously, it should be required, like this, required, true. Then we're going to add a price, which it will be of type number. It will be required, like this, required true. And also, we want to make this have a minimum value, because if you recall, you can't put a product that the minimum price is 0. Actually, I should even make it 1 as the minimum product, or the minimum price, because to be honest, you shouldn't sell anything for free. So to set a minimum value to a number field in a Mongoose schema, we just add the min property, then we open and close square brackets, and in the first part of the square brackets, I'm going to put the minimum value, which in our case would be 1, and then we can actually put a validation error message, which is really cool. So in case we don't satisfy this rule, we can basically specify what error message Mongoose will send to us. So we can put over here something like price of product should be above 1, something like that. And this is just, we're not really going to use this in this project, but it's just a thing that I wanted to show you guys that you can do with Mongoose. And I think it's really cool. And especially if you're working on bigger and more like projects that are going to be sent on the real world, you can really take advantage of this. We now want to put the description. So we're going to put description. Description will be of type string, of course, and it is also required. So we're going to put required true. Then the last two is an image URL, which similar, a lot of them will be of type string and required to be equal to true. It's just the norm, so required true. And the last one is just stock quantity. So stock quantity, which will be of type number, and required will be equal to true. And we also don't want to make this number go below 0, right? So we're going to say min is equal to 0, and we'll put something like stock can't be lower than 0, something like this. Okay, so now we just defined our product schema. Let's come down here, and I'm gonna create a variable. So export const product model. So this will be a model, the actual thing we're going to use to make all the requests. And we're going to set this equal to a model of type iProduct, and with the name product, this is the name of the collection, and with the schema defined by the product schema that we just made. So this is how we defined this specific part of our product collection, right? So now what we can do is let's come over here to our to the actual MongoDB stuff, and let's retrieve more collections, right? Let's load the documents. Currently, nothing really appears, right? We just have obviously the collections that we had before. But the reason why we're not currently seeing that there is because we actually have to use this schema first in our code to actually see the changes appearing. So what I want to do is I want to just start creating the product route and just write a simple endpoint that is just going to retrieve all the products, which is actually an endpoint that we're going to use later on. So I'm going to say product.ts on the routes. And over here, we're going to do all of the stuff that we usually do when we create a route. We'll first import from Express. And what I want to import is the router and the request and the response. I think we did the same for the user one. Then we're going to come down here and we're just going to create this variable called router and set it equal to the router, just like this, right? So we created an instance of the router and we just set it equal to this variable. Then down here, we're going to create the endpoint. We're going to say router.get, and in this case, it's going to be our first GET request, which obviously will be meant for just getting the data from the database. So we're going to make it into an actual empty route because, to be honest, when I make a GET request to the /products route, I expect to get all the products. It's just how I imagine this. This is how I usually expect the endpoint to go. But you can specify. You can make this route be something like get all products, right? Or something like that. I actually just like it like this. Then we're going to make this an async function. And we're going to have a rec be a request, a res be a response, just like this. And we're going to define this function. In the callback function, I just need one thing. I just want to actually import or make a request to get the products. And the way we do that is we say const products equal to await. We grab the product model, which currently we don't have it, but it just automatically imported. If it didn't for you, you should just write this. And we're going to say find. And if you want to get all of the entries in a specific collection, you just say the model of the collection dot find, and you put an empty object over here. And what this will do is it will basically just retrieve everything. Because to be honest, if you want to retrieve entries from a collection in using Mongoose, you just say the name of the collection dot find, and you put over here conditions like where, or I don't know, whatever condition you want for that query. In our case over here, we're not putting anything, so the condition is you can just retrieve everything, which is what we want, right? And it will all be stored inside of this products. And when we get the product, that's what we want to send back. So I'm going to say rest.json, a list of the products, just like this. But remember, stuff can happen, right? We can't expect everything to work. So I'm going to write a try and catch like this. And I want to, on the errors, I'll just return back the errors. So I'll say catch, grab the error, and say res.status 400.json, and then just say, I don't know, I'll just return the error, just like that. But basically, we can see as well that we didn't use the request, which is something that sometimes can happen, right? In this case, we're not sending anything from the front end to request for all the products. So technically, I can just remove this and put an underscore because we're now technically using that, right? So now that we have that endpoint, let's check there again. Let's actually apply to get. Actually, let me just refresh this page. You see that there's still nothing here because we have never requested that specific router to work. We haven't applied that router yet, and we haven't actually made a call to that endpoint. So let's come over here to Visual Studio Code and just export the router as product router, similar to what we did with the other one. And whenever we want it, which is in the index.ts over here, we're gonna import it just like this, product and product router, and we're just gonna apply the router. So I'm gonna say app.use, not router, product, just like this, and then say product router. Perfect. Now if we save this and let's go over here, oh, it's already here, but if you want to just check it, you can also just refresh this and it will retrieve everything. But yeah, the product schema is already here. You can see, right? So we have that now, which is great, but there's nothing inside of it, which is not great. So when we come to Insomnia over here, and I'm going to create a new request, a new HTTP request, it's going to be a GET request, and it's going to be to the products route. So I'll just change this to product, and this is a GET request. This should be a request, but it should not send anything because there's no data yet. So let's add some fake data into this so that we can populate our collection. So in order to add those documents, like I said, I already have the JSON with the data. You can just come to insert documents inside of your MongoDB Atlas. You see that there's two options, but the one we want is the one where you can just insert a JSON, right? And in the initial example that they have here is just inserting one document. But if we turn this into an array, we can actually add multiple documents. And I already have the code, like I said, the JSON. It will look something like this. I particularly chose random products with random prices, like an airport is not actually $60. I chose some pictures that I just found randomly on the internet, and it took a bit of time, but to be honest, these are the products that I made, and this will work. Again, this will all be in the description. I might just even paste it on the description if you guys want that too. So I'll just use that if you want to have some fake data as well. So now that we have put this JSON here, we'll just click on insert, and it might take a bit, but as you can see, now we have all of that data here. But most importantly, if we were to fetch the endpoint, which should retrieve all of the data, now we should also see that data over here, which is pretty good. Meaning that in the front end, when we fetch this data, we'll get there as well. So you might think, okay, this is probably it, right? But no, because we actually need to write the route to make the purchase of a bunch of items, right? So like the checkout route. And the way I want to do this is pretty simple. I want to first close this up, and I want to come here. Then I want to just actually add the verified token thing over here. If you recall, the verified token is that, what did I click? It's that thing that we created, that middleware that we created, that it helps us authenticate the users whenever they are making a request. So we'll put this here. So in the front end, we'll have to send the token as well, just to make sure we are logged in whenever we make this request. But then we're going to create a post request for the purchase. So we're going to say router.post, and we'll call this route checkout, right? Again, we'll put the verified token here. And then we're going to make this async, put a rec, which is going to be a request, a res, which is going to be a response. And this callback function should be pretty interesting because now we want to actually execute the checkout. So what exactly does it mean to execute the checkout? Well, if you look at the products over here, when I buy a product, I want, first of all, for the user, so in the user model, I want the available money of that user to go down based on the price of the product. I want the purchased items array that we haven't added yet, but we'll add right now, to include this new item that they bought. And I also want, in the products, I want the stock quantity of the product to go down because someone just bought it, right? And depending by how much they bought it or how many of that they bought it, I want it to increase by that amount. So in order to do that, we'll come over here and we'll first, from the front end, whenever you try to check out, I want to know a couple things. So I'm going to say rec.body. From the body, I want to get, first of all, the customer's ID. First of all, I want to get the customer's ID. I'm going to say customer ID. That is because we need to know who bought it, right? That makes sense. And I also want to get something that I'm going to call cart items. So cart items should be an object sent from the front end that should look a little bit like this. It should be an object that is going to contain, as keys, it will contain IDs, like, I don't know, something like this. an ID for a product. And as a value, it shouldn't contain how much of that product they're trying to buy. So if we have a bunch of products, it should look something like this. I know the ID doesn't look like how it looks at MongoDB, but it would be something like this. I'm trying to buy this product 4 times, and I'm trying to buy this product 5 times. So we're going to create that structure in the front end, but we're now assuming that we're going to get this back on the back end. So that now I can come over here and I'll first separate everything by try catch, like we've been doing so far. And in the catch, we'll actually, we'll just send back as a status 400, and JSON will send back whatever the error is. But inside of our try, I want to come over here. And first, I want to retrieve the user who has the customer ID, right? So I'm going to say const user equals to await user model dot find by ID, which is a function you can use to find a user by their ID. And for some reason, the user model is not importing, so I'll just manually import it here. From user, we'll import the user model, right? And I want to find by ID. And in this function, you just have to pass over here a string with the ID. So this should return back one user with this ID, since the ID is actually unique. So now we found the customer, right? And why do we need to find the customer? Because we're going to change some stuff about the customer. We're going to change the available money that the user has, and we're going to change the value of purchased items as well. So then what I want to do is down here, we're going to then need to find all of the products that are currently inside of cart items. So cart items is an object, remember, with a bunch of possible keys and values inside of it. The keys are the items, the values or how much of those items we want to buy. So technically, we want to get back all of the products from MongoDB with the IDs that exist inside of this object. So we first have to get a list of all the IDs inside of the cart items. And the list of that means we just need a list with all of the keys of cart items, right? Because remember, each key is a specific ID or a product that the user is trying to buy. So we're going to say const product IDs is equal to object.keys. And this is just a way for us in JavaScript or in TypeScript to get back a list of the keys in an object. Then I want to use something from Mongoose, which is really cool. I'm going to create a variable called products, set it equal to await product model. And I want to say I want to find some stuff, some entries inside of the products collection. But I want to find only entries where the ID of those entries is inside, so we can use this thing called inside the product IDs list. So what this means is we're actually putting a condition to which items of the product model or the product collection we're trying to find. We're only trying to find items where they have an ID, which is inside of this specific list, which is exactly what we needed. Because now with the products, we can also edit in the individual products, which is what we need because we need to edit the stock quantity of each product whenever someone buys it, right? So now with this, we're going to just make some checks. The reason why we're going to make some checks is because right here, a lot of stuff can happen. For example, you can try to check out with a user ID or a customer ID that isn't real. So a customer, it might not find a user and this might be null. So we have to write a check for that. I'm going to say if not user, then we're probably going to return a res.status 400 and then .json and some type of error, which we haven't actually created yet. We're going to create more errors inside of the errors file, right? This one over here. We currently have user errors, but now we're dealing with products. So we're going to create product errors. But then there might be another error, which is in case for some reason this array isn't really the full array, meaning that this has a list of IDs, right? It can be of length 5. And we can try to find all of the IDs, but not really get all of them back, right? So this list can be, for some reason, 4 items long. So if that's the case, we don't want to continue with the purchase because some product that the user is thinking they're buying is not actually going through. So I'm going to say if products.length is not equal to product IDs dot length, so they have different lengths, then there was definitely an error finding a product. So we'll do the same thing as here. But those are probably the two main errors that we have now. So I'm just gonna quickly create an enum for product errors, and let's brainstorm a bit about what kind of errors we want to put here. So product errors. The first one, to be honest, the first one can be called, should I use no user found? Actually, we already have an error for this, so I'm not gonna even use that. This one's obviously makes no sense for products, but one that I can put here is the no product found. And this is definitely an error that can happen. So we're gonna say no product found, and we're just gonna put it over here. Especially for this one, we're gonna say that the type of the error is product errors dot no product found. But the error here is that we didn't find a user. So technically this is a user error. So I'm gonna say user errors dot, and we didn't import this. So let me try to import. It's not really importing. So I'll just say user errors, and then user errors dot no user. Wait, I'll do this. No user found. Why is it not working? Oh, I forgot to put the type. Okay, that's why I didn't automatically import. So I'm gonna say user errors dot no user found. So we're handling those two errors. That's great. What do we do now? Now it's where the logic starts to happen. So first of all, we need to loop through each item inside of the cart items, right? So I'm gonna say for const item in cart items. So we're looping through each of the values or each of the keys inside of the cart items object. So while we loop through that, for each of them, we want to get the specific product that correlates to that item. Remember, item will be the keys for the products. So the ID of the product is how we identify the product as a whole. So I can specifically grab each individual product by just saying const product equals to the products list dot find. And in JavaScript, this find function is pretty simple. You can loop through every one of every element inside of this array called products and just look for one that basically satisfies whatever condition we put over here. And the condition we want is that the individual item inside of that array has product.id, right? Because this one is the one that is going to come from Mongoose, equal to the item, because the item will be the specific ID for each item inside of cart items. Now, that all might sound a bit confusing, but if you really take a look at it, especially after we're done writing everything, the logic truly makes sense. And it just takes a bit of practice to understand it completely, but it will work. Now, why is there a red squiggly line? The reason for that is because item over here is of type string, and product ID is of type object ID, which you might be wondering, what is object ID? It's just a type from Mongoose, which, to be honest, it's cool that they have that type. So if you want to convert, you have to convert one of them. You can convert this one into object ID or this one into a string. I'm going to convert this one into a string by just saying string around this, and it will convert it. And as you can see, the error is gone. Now, what we want to do is we want to, in case there's no product, right? Because again, there might not be a product. So if there's no product, so no product was found, we want to return back this exact error. So there's a lot of error handling, but it's because we want to make this website look professional, and we want this website to work for every single user, right? So now that we've handled this error, there's another error that might happen, which is probably one of the coolest ones, which is in case you're trying to buy an item that is out of stock or nearly out of stock, but you purchasing certain amounts of it will make it go out of stock. So what does that mean? Okay, if the product.stock quantity, which by the way, if we come to stock quantity over here, if the product.stock quantity is less than the cart items value for the item called item, so technically This, we're just getting the value, so the amount of each of this specific item we're trying to purchase. So it can be 6 if we're trying to buy 6 iPhones. So we're just seeing if the product, or if the amount left in stock is less than how much we want to buy, then for sure that's an error. So we want to just return back an error similar to this one. And I think we do need to create a new type of error. We'll call it not enough stock, something like that. We'll say not enough stock, and that's great. So now we'll just come over here and change this to not enough stock. And that's pretty much it for handling that use case. But one thing we're not doing here is we're not tracking how much the total price will be. Because remember, when you check out, you can buy multiple items, right? And those multiple items can add up to a price that maybe the user doesn't have enough available money left, remember? So what I want to do is I want to calculate right above this the total price of all the items. And I'm going to do it while I make all these checks. So I'm going to say let total price equal to 0. And obviously we're using let instead of const because this value is going to change. Because every time we loop through an item in the shopping cart, we want to say that we want the total price of it, of that variable, to be adding whatever the price is for that item times how many of that items we want to buy. So cart items, item. So this is basically the logic for this. We're just increasing the total price, and at the end we should get the total of the checkout, right? So the total amount that we want to check out. And if the user got available money, so available money left is less than the total price, then we again want to give back an error that will probably be one that we have to create. So I'm going to create over here something called no available money, something like that. And here we can put something like no available money, something like that. We'll save this, come over here, and we'll change this to no available money. So we created 3 new errors. That's pretty good. We handled this specific case, and now I think that's pretty much all the errors we might want to handle. Because now what we can do is, if it has passed through all of that and it hasn't actually errored yet, that means that we can technically execute the purchase. And executing the purchase is pretty simple. The first thing we want to do is we want to subtract the available money from the user. So we'll decrease the available money for that specific user by the total price. We're subtracting that. Then I want to come over here and I want to say that I want to add the purchased items for that specific user. Now, we haven't actually created, remember, we haven't created this yet. So that's something that I think it's finally time to do so. So to do it, it's pretty simple. We're going to first uncomment this, because ideally what the purchased items thing in a user will be is just a list of strings, right? But it will be a list of IDs for the items that this user has previously purchased. However, the definition from Mongoose will be a bit different, because we can actually make a reference to another field inside of the definition of a field. And in this case, that's what we need. We want to say that purchased items is, first of all, an array, and we do that by opening and closing square brackets. And then inside of here, we're going to add the following definition. We're going to say that the type of this is not string. It's actually a schema.types.objectID. We're just saying that in the grand scheme of things, this will be a list of IDs from MongoDB. And not only a list of IDs, but it's a list of IDs that is referencing another collection. It's referencing the product collection. So we'll say product over here. And we want to say that by default, right? Because by default, we want to put an initial value, which is just an empty array. By default, you have no purchased items. So we'll save this, and this should be good. But what that means now is that now, when we make the purchase, we can actually just come here and say that the user.purchased items, we want to push that specific a list of IDs inside of here. So we have the product IDs over here. right? As a list. We want to add all of them inside of here. And the way we do it is we can actually just destructure that list like this, and it will add all individual items of the list to the end of the purchased items list. That's great. But it's not done yet, because whenever you make changes to a specific thing, you need to save those changes. So the way we save that is by saying user dot save. Well, I don't know what autocompleted that, but I'll say user dot save like this, right? We've done this before. It's just we're saving the changes that we made to this specific user, and we obviously need to make this await user dot save. Now, are we done with this? Well, almost there, because if you remember, when we make a purchase, we don't only have to change stuff from the user perspective. We have to change stuff from the product. We have to decrease the product stock quantity by however much we need it to be. So the way we can do this is we can come over here and use something from Mongoose called update many. I'll say await product model like this dot update many, and we can actually update many entries inside of a collection at once. Now, which entries do we want to update? Well, we'll put it over here. We'll put first, we want to update the entries of which the ID, similar to what we did above, the ID is included in the product IDs list, right? We just did this. We're just telling MongoDB that those are the items we want to update. And what do we want to do to each of them? Well, we can actually execute mathematical operations over here. One of them is the incremental operation. An incremental, you might think, oh, we're adding stuff and we shouldn't technically add anything to the stock quantity. We want to subtract it. But increments can go both ways. It can become a subtraction if you just increment by -1, right? So that's what I'm kind of doing here. I'm going to say that for each item over there, I want to increment the stock quantity of that item by -1, which means for each item in this list, we're updating its stock quantity to be its value -1. And you might say, what if it's 0? Well, remember, by default, in our definition, we said that it can't be less than 0, or less than 0. So we already handled that. And at the end, I just want to actually send back to the user the purchased items that the user just purchased, right? So we're going to say user.purchased items, just like that. But you might think, oh, is that a list of IDs? Well, not technically, because although we pushed a list of IDs, we saved it, and now we're grabbing back a list of actual items, which is great. We're actually getting the items, not just the IDs, everything related to them, because we already saved those changes, and MongoDB on itself will make that connection that the IDs reference other things in the other collections and then send back directly here. So this is pretty much it for this route, which is pretty good. For now, we can test it out. I'm actually going to do something. I'm going to remove this verified token over here, because to test it out in Insomnia, it would be annoying to have to deal with that. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to remove that, and we'll try to test out the product / checkout route. So we'll save this. Let's check out to see if what can we do with what do we have to send. Well, we first have to send a customer ID. So I'll put customer ID just like this, and let's grab a customer from our database. Let's come to users, and let's see which users we have here. Let's grab PedroTech, just like this. We'll grab this, and over here inside of our Insomnia, we'll just put this as the ID. Then we don't. What we have to send is the cart items, right? I think I called it cart items. Let's open this up. Yeah, cart items. And remember, this is an object that is going to have the keys for products that we want to buy, and the value will be how much of them we want to buy. Initially, every user starts with $5,000, right? And the products that I added, the fake products, all have different values and different stock quantities. So I want to test out all of the use cases in which we might run into. For example, let's try buying something way too expensive. Let's try buying this iPhone 14, but a bunch of times. So I'm going to grab the ID of the iPhone 14, which is that thing over there. We'll come to Insomnia, and I'll make that the key of this object. And the value, let's put 45. The reason why I put 45 is because it's an absurd amount of iPhones to buy, meaning that the total price of this checkout should be higher than 5,000, which is how much I have, or this customer has initially. So if I send this, what we should see is an error saying that there's no available money. And that's exactly what we get back. Now let's try something else. Let's try to buy an item without stock. So we have over here this professional camera, right? And this professional camera doesn't have stock. It has 0 of it. So I'm going to click on this, come over here, change this to be the professional camera. And I'm even going to change this to be just one of them. We're going to have available money to buy this. But the problem is not that we're not going to have money to buy this. The problem is that there's not enough stock, and the error clearly works as we see. But what if we want to buy a product that actually works, like an AirPod? Well, let's try to buy one AirPod and see what happens. I'll put over here one AirPod. Well, if this works, what I want to see is, first of all, when this is executed, I want to see the stock quantity to become 494. And I also want the user's available money to decrease. As you can see, everyone's is 5,000. But since we are PedroTech, I want this to become however much 5,000 minus the price of the AirPod is. So let's test it out. As you can see, it seems to have worked. It has succeeded. It even returned back a list of our purchased items, as you can see. But let's check out to see if this is now a lower amount. It is, as you can see. Now let's go to products, and this should be 494. Yeah. So it means our operations are working. We can even see in the users that now in the purchased items, we have another item, right? When all the other ones don't. So that's pretty good. It seems like everything is working, which is what we want. But let's try implementing all of this inside of the front end, which is literally one of the only things we have left. Remember, I want to put the verified token. I just took it out because I wanted to test it out on Insomnia. But in the front end, we definitely want this to be here. So now let's close all of this, literally all of this, and let's open our front end again. Right now, we really don't have anything other than the login page, right? If I go back to our page here, we just have this. We don't even have our shop being displayed. So the first thing I want to do is display all the items, which is the first route that we created, the get items one. So to do that, we're going to come into our shop page, just like this, and I want to make some changes. The first change is I want to come over here and add a class name to this div called shop. Right? Then over here, we're just going to add another div, which is going to be for the products, where we're going to display all of the products as a list. And we're going to give this a class name of products. Now for each product individually, I want to loop through a list, but we don't have that list yet. We want to get that list from an API request. So technically I could come over here and just write a use effect and do everything over here. But I want to create a custom hook that is going to handle that, so that we can separate the logic between making API calls and such with the UI. So all we're doing here is just going to display the UI, but in another file, in our hooks file, we're going to create a hook called useGetProducts. If you're not familiar with this structure of writing React code, it's in my opinion the best one. It separates your logic from your dummy components, so that eventually if you start testing your code, you're going to start testing it way easier, because you can just test your hook and your components separately. So that's one of the main reasons why I like to create my own custom hooks, and it also allows me to just separate the logic and makes it look better. So over here, we're going to create the hook. I'm going to call it export const useGetProducts. And the main purpose of this is just going to create a state that is going to be called products, that is going to hold the list of all the products in the store. So we're going to say products and set products. And this state should be populated depending on an API request that we're going to make to our backend. To make that API request, we're going to have to create a use effect over here. And this use effect will basically call make an API request using Axuse. So I'm going to import at the top Axuse from Axios. But if you recall, Axios requires async await notation, and you can't make a use effect become an async function. So what we'll have to do is create another function called fetch products, and this function should be an async await, have the logic inside of here, and then we can just call this function inside of the use effect, just like this. We also shouldn't forget to add the empty array over here. Now, how are we going to fetch the products? Well, it's really simple. We're going to create a variable called products. Actually, I'll call it fetched products, just so it'll not have the same name as this. And then we're going to set this to await axios.get, and we just put the link to our endpoint. So I'm going to say HTTP localhost 3001 /products. Our product. Did I call it products or product? Let me check. It should be over here. It's called product. So I'm going to say product, just like this. I'm going to save this. We're just going to set the products over here, the state to be equal to the fetched products. And it's giving us an error because I actually have to put over here the type, right? It's an array, and it's going to be an array of type product, but it's going to come back in a different way. Oh, I wrote fetch product instead of fetch products. But later on, we can actually put a type for this. But for now, we'll just keep it like this because the type will be inferred from Axios. So we can just get this specific data by saying fetch products.data. And then I know for a fact that this will come back with a products value, because if you recall, I'm not even going to show, but in the backend, when we make this request, we send back an object with a products field. Now we also have to try catch this, right? In case there's any errors. And to be honest, there's not much any errors when you're fetching the products. We actually didn't specify any error types for this. So all I'm going to say is I'm going to alert a message saying error something went wrong. Just as a way for the user to know that like something broke when making the request. Now, at the end, we're going to return back the list of products because that's exactly what we wanted from this. We just wanted to fetch the product and have it in a very easy way for us to access it without having to have all this logic be repeated more than one time or exist inside of the component. So over here inside of the components, we're just going to import from the top from /hooks/use_get_products, and we're gonna import the use_get_products hook, then destructure it like this, and just grab the products. And you'll see that now it's saying something went wrong. Oh, I know why something went wrong. The reason why something went wrong is because we didn't send a token, right? If you remember over here, we made the route for the product, even the get one, to have to pass through the token. And the token, all it means is that in the header, we have to pass the access token that we got when we logged in. And for any user that is logged in, it should exist inside of their cookies. And I'm logged in right now, right? Because we logged in together. And there is an access token inside of my cookies. So to make this request work, I'll just come over here into use_get_products. I'll pass in what is known as the headers. Then I'll pass in what is known as the authorization of the headers. And to be honest, since we're going to be having to pass this like this a bunch of times, I want to create another hook for this, which I know if you're not used to making hooks, you might be like, what is he doing? But to be honest, this is really useful because we're going to have to pass this token a bunch of times inside of our project. So it's good to have a good and easy, quick, and reusable way to do that. So in this hook, we're actually going to export const use_get_token. And inside of here, we're just going to first import from React cookie. We're going to get the token from the cookie. So we're going to say use cookies like this. We're going to grab the cookie we've done this before, so I'm not really going to explain that much, but we're just grabbing the cookies and we're going to grab the access token cookie. So we're going to say access token like this. And down here, all we're going to return back is an object containing headers like this, authorization, and we'll pass in the cookies.access token, which is what we want, because inside of our backend, if you remember, we did require them to send something like this. So did I send something wrong? Wait, why is it giving me an error? It should be headers, authorization. Oh, this shouldn't have an object. Sorry about that. So I'm saving this, and this is the format of what we want to send to pass our middleware. So I'm just gonna grab this token over here by saying const equal to use get token. We'll import this obviously at the top. We'll grab that back the headers, and over here, instead of just setting the headers every time we want to make a request, we're just gonna pass the headers that we get from the, why is it giving us errors? Wait, we're just gonna send back the headers that we get from the token hook. But is it still giving us an error? Let me refresh this. It seems like it. It seems to be giving us some errors, but they're all like errors related to TypeScript and not related to what we're really working with, which is kind of weird. Maybe did something happen in between? I don't think so. We're also not really calling this this stuff right now. We're not really calling the stuff that is erroring. But to be honest, it's because whenever we get back an error from here, we can't expect there to be a response. So I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna add a bunch of question marks over here. Let's see if this works. It seems to have worked. Yeah, it seems to have worked. That was the only error. But it's still saying something went wrong. So let's check out the console log. It's saying connection refused. Did the backend break? Well, let's check. Let's open this up. Yeah, the backend did break. This is definitely an error that is occurring because of like we were developing and something happened that we weren't really handling, but it happened because not because of user interaction, but rather because we were just developing the project while we were working on. So I just restarted the server and it seems to be working now. Let's see if it will break again if we refresh the page. I don't think it broke, but it says unauthorized. Let's check to see if it broke. Yeah, it seems to have broken. Looking at this error message, I think I know what happened. When I made the verified token hook or the verified token middleware, I forgot to put an else case to this if statement. And the reason why that's important is because that when we send the status, when we click next, we don't want to continue looking for this request and send back another status, because when we send something in the response over here, that actually means that it didn't work out. So we're not supposed to send a response if it didn't work out. So we're not supposed to send a response if the request is successful and it works out, because it will send another response whenever it goes to the original endpoint, right? Over here, we send back the products, but if we are not putting else over here and separating them, then it's actually sending two requests. So I'm sorry for that mistake, but now it should be fixed. If we refresh and we come over here and we refresh, oh yeah, we haven't displayed the items yet, but there's no error message anymore. So it means that it's probably working, right? So the only way to really test out if it's working is if we actually start displaying those items inside of our front end. So the way we're gonna do that is pretty simple. We're gonna first come over here, close all of this, and inside of this page, the shop page, I just wanna loop through products. So products.map, grab each individual product, and for each of those products, I want to return back probably a div. And for now, let's just try to display some stuff to see if it works. Let's try to display, this shouldn't be product, this should be product. Let's try to display the product name, something like that, product name, and even the price. So we'll say product.price. Let's see if those two appears. What we should see when we go to our Google Chrome is a bunch of names and numbers, which is what we do. So it means that we're getting the data back. And if we structure this properly, we can have a pretty nice display of the data in our page. So what I want to do is I actually want to create another component for the individual product. So we're going to loop through the product and return back over here a component called product that we're going to create. And the data from this specific product, we're going to pass it as props. So we're going to say product is equal to product, just like this. I'm going to save this and we're going to create that component. So product.tsx, we'll come over here and create the component. I accidentally mistype sometimes. I'm sorry about that. But over here, for now, we'll just return a div, but we'll import this component on the top. Now, inside of this product component over here, I want to specify that the props that we're going to receive will include the products. So that means that the interface that we have over here for products, this one over here, iProduct, we kind of want to have something like this in the front end as well. So what I'm going to do is in the front end over here, together with the errors file that we have over here, I'm actually going to create a folder called models. And I like to call models. I know it might get a bit confusing because technically models over here is where we define our schemas, but models can be where you define the structure of any kind of data, right? So in my view, over here in the front end, I'm going to add both an interfaces file and I'm going to put the errors file inside of models, just like this. And I do want to update the imports for that as well because we were using errors somewhere else. So what I want to do with this is in this interface, I want to create the iProduct interface. And inside of our product component, I want to create a prop, another interface for the prop that is going to say that the props of this component will just include one thing called product and it will be of type iProduct. So we're specifying that in the props of this component, it will look like this, which is really what it's going to look like because products over here is of type iProduct. I'm even going to specify in the state, I'm going to say that this state will be of type iProduct and it's going to be an array, just like this. And over here, back in the products, we now have that props being passed. How do we define this component? Well, first of all, I wanted to structure all the data that we have for each of the products by just grabbing it from the props.product. And what data do we get? Well, we get the ID of the item, we get the product name of the item, the description, the price, the stock quantity, and the image URL. Now, what do we do with all of them? Well, it's giving us an error here. Oh, it's because it doesn't exist on this type. You know what? It does exist. It does exist though. The reason why we didn't add the ID in the backend is because we don't know the ID before we create the product. It is generated by Mongoose. But when we get back the products from our database, it will include the ID. So technically the iProduct in the front end, the interface for it, will include an ID property, which for now we'll just say it's a string. So yeah, now it's working. So what do we do now? Well, again, we want to be able to display that stuff. So at the bottom over here, I'm going to add a class name for this, and the class name will be product. Now for the inside of it, we're going to add an image first, and this image will have a source equal to the image URL, right? It's the image of the product. Then we're going to add another div, which is going to be the part of the description of this item. So we're going to give it a class name of description. And inside of this, I want to add a couple of things. I want to add first an h3 tag with the product name. So we're going to say product name and close this. Then I want to add a p tag for the description. So we're going to say description. And right below the description, I want to add the price. And for the price, we'll add another p tag, add a money sign in front of it, and then put the price over here. Now, right now, we're technically just seeing, oh, it's giving us that error again. Even though that's happening, we can see that the items we were trying to display are indeed appearing. Obviously, the styling hasn't been added yet. That's why the images are massive and everything looks weird, but that will be added in a second. Let's continue writing the code and then we'll handle that problem. After this, we're going to come over here and we're going to add a button. This button will be the add to cart button. And we'll give a class name that resembles that, probably something like add to cart button, something like that. And below this over here, we're going to add a div that is going to be called stock quantity. Let's give a class name of stock quantity, like this. And this div will be kind of cool because what we want to check is, okay, if the stock quantity of this item is equal to 0, then I want to display a text or an h1 tag that says something like out of stock. Some way to identify to the user that this item is out of stock. You can even remove it if you want to from being displayed at all. You can do whatever you want, but this is how I decided to do that. It's kind of looking weird right now, even if you ignore the error. It doesn't look like there has any styles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add all of the CSS to this page right now. And if you recall, I just copy and paste the CSS because I've actually written this before. So in the styles.css, what we want to do is I just want to come over here and paste some stuff. And as you can see, the CSS is pretty simple. It's just a bunch of stuff. You can take a look at it and spend some time with it, but to be honest, this is what it does. Oh, I haven't imported it yet. Let's try doing that. I'm going to import over here from /styles.css. And as you can see, it does look pretty cool. It even shows out of stock for the camera, which if you recall is the product that doesn't have a stock. And everything else seems to be working really fine, right? The UI, I like this UI that I built, although I'm not a good UI CSS person. I think this looks kind of cool. And yeah, remember the CSS is all in the description. And the craziest thing is that when we were done with that, for some reason the error is not appearing anymore. I guess maybe, I'm not sure to be honest. I'll figure it out by the end of the video what this error seems, but it's honestly not an error. It's a TypeScript warning. But the code seems to be working very well. Okay, so now that we have basically all of our stuff being displayed, and we have the buttons and everything, we obviously have to build the checkout page and all of the adding to cart functionality. This is probably the most interesting part of this whole project because it's where we're going to be writing a lot of logic. We're going to be actually creating a context that is going to be accessible all around our app, which is going to contain information with regarding the cart and what you're trying to buy. The reason why we're making this into a context is because contexts allow us to manage our states in a way such that it becomes global states, right? The whole concept of the context API allows us to do so. And we want to access information regarding our cart everywhere in our app, right? We want to access it in the shop page. We want to access it in the checkout. We want to access it in a lot of different places. So what I want to do is I want to come over here to our context thing, and I'm going to create what we're going to call the shop context. So it's going to be obviously a TSX file, because technically with this context, I don't want to just create the context in here. I also want to create the context provider, which is going to be a component, and we're going to export this component from this file. So in order to do this, we're going to start by just creating the context. So I'm going to come over here and we're going to create and export a constant called the shop context. We're going to set it equal to create context. This should import at the top over there. We're going to put a type over here called iShop context. Now we haven't created this interface yet, but we're going to, just as a default, we're going to create it over here. Interface iShop context, and just keep it like this just for the moment. And we're going to close this thing, and we're going to put over here the default values. Now, default values for our context will be something we're going to create over here. If you're not familiar with the structure of creating a context and creating a provider for your project, I know it might sound a little bit different. Usually, if you want to make this the simplest way possible, you just create the context and then you pass in the provider wherever you want, and you just pass in the values. But we're trying to write it as if we're working in the industry, like I said, as if we're working in a big project, and specifying all of our types and our default values is the best way to do this. So if you're working in a company, probably you would do something similar to this. And I do have a video where I go in depth about this, which is a video I have about the entirety of the context API. I can link it in the description if you're interested in watching that crash course. But continuing here, our default value will have to be of type iShapContext, right? And it will be an object. So this is the structure. We obviously haven't defined what values or what we're going to be passing through our context, but we defined that there is going to be a interface for it. There's going to be a default value, which will be of the format of the interface, obviously. And we created the context that is going to satisfy all of that. We're going to leave this for a bit because we obviously have to be filling this out as we progress. But now with this context, what I can do is I can start creating my provider. I'm going to call this shop context provider. Now, the way we structure creating a provider for this is we usually grab props, and the prop will basically just contain the children. And then at the bottom over here, when we're going to return this shop context provider, I want to say I want to return a shop context dot provider. And then I want to display whatever we pass as children. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because we can encompass all of the logic, and obviously I have to pass a value over here, which for now just pass the default val object that we created, but we'll obviously add the real values when we start writing the logic. But the reason why it's beneficial to do something like this is because now, if I go to my app.tsx, right, which is where I want to pass in the provider, I don't have to have the values of the context over here. I have them all over here, and we're gonna later on pass it over here, right? So all I have to do here is wherever I want to actually display or have my provider encompassing, I can just come and say shop context provider and simply wrap this all around with it. And all the logic for this provider will be encompassed inside of this file. Nothing will be leaked into this file. So now that we've set that up, we can actually start creating our actual context logic. So straight up, I want to actually change this a bit over here. I want to create a variable called context value, and obviously it will be of type iShopContext. And again, initially it will be an empty object, but this is what we're going to pass over here. Now, we're going to let to fill this out in a bit. We're going to start by filling up what we need on the interface over here. So straight off the bat, I'm actually going to have a state that I'm going to create inside of this shop context provider, which is going to be called cart items. Now, if you recall, when we created the logic for the backend, we assumed we were going to pass an object called cart items, right? We literally grabbed that from the body and we assumed that in order to provide. We've even used it in Insomnia. As you remember, the cart items is just an object containing all the items and the values of how much we want to buy of each of those items. So we're going to create the version of that in the front end. So we're going to say cart items and set cart items. And the type for this will be basically just an object that will have a key, which will be a string, which will be the ID, and the value, which will be a number. So this is a great way for us to quickly define an object and its structure. And this is how it's going to look in our case. By default, over here, we're also going to have an empty object because initially our cart items will be empty because we won't have added anything to our cart. Now it's giving us an error. The reason for that is because we said it has to have a string and a number. So we're going to add another possibility, which is the possibility that there's nothing inside of this cart. So now that we have this state, we can actually create a couple functions that are going to be used. They're going to be using this state in order to execute operations inside of our cart. For example, I want to add something to the cart. So I'm going to create a add to cart function, which the structure of this function will be the following. Whenever I want to add something to cart, I want to know, first of all, which item I want to add to cart. So we will assume that this function will take in an argument, which is going to be the ID of the item we want to add, and the string. And to help you visualize a little bit, this add to cart function will be called, it's given us an error, but basically it's going to be called whenever we click this button. So whenever I click this button, I just want to add this item once into our cart. So I'm going to come over here and let's start creating at least or defining the other functions we might need. So the other function we might need is to remove an item from cart, right? Because we will be able to do that, especially when we are in our checkout page. We can click the minus button, remember, and actually remove that item from there. So to do that, we're going to create a function called remove from cart. And similar to the add to cart function, it's also going to get an item ID, which will be a string. And that should be good. Then we're going to create an update cart item count. Now, instead of saying update cart, technically, in my view, calling this function update cart is redundant because every time you add or remove something from a cart, you're technically updating the cart. But we don't want to update the cart. We want to allow them to update the amount of an item they want to buy. If you remember in the demo, there's a part in the checkout where there's going to be a little input, like a text input, where you can put a number of how much you want to buy of an item. So this is where this function is going to be called. And to call this function, we're actually going to need the amount we're going to be using, right? The new amount we want to buy, and that's going to be a number, and the item ID of the item we want to update the item count. So it will be also a string. So for now, let's just keep those three functions as the things that we want to use. And I'm going to actually add them to our context. Now, the reason why I'm going to add them is because I want to access them all over the app. And this means that technically, I don't want to have access to the cart items or the set cart items. This is not where I'm going to be passing through my values over here. I'm going to be passing the functions which are going to alter the cart items values. So I can just come over here and say that the iShop context should have an add to cart function, which is going to have the following structure. It will have an item ID as an argument with a string over here. And what it's going to return is void. The reason why it's going to return void is because we're technically not returning anything. If we were returning a string or a Boolean, we could put it over here, but we're not returning anything. Then we're going to do the same for the other two. I'm going to add the remove from cart. So remove from cart. It will look exactly the same, right? Because they both look the same. But the update cart item count will look a bit different. It will actually have this structure over here. So I'll just paste it over here. So now we have those three things. This means that for the default value, we actually have to pass them. So we're going to create the add to cart. And the default value for the add to cart will literally just be a function with an empty string that is going to return null. So, and the default value for the add to cart will literally just be a function that returns something. I'm just going to return null. Then for the remove from cart will also just be a function that returns null. All of them will return null because if you remember, they don't return anything. They return void. So that's what we're returning. So the same thing for this one. Okay, this is just so that we can have the default value over here. Then we can actually come to the context value and just pass in those three functions that we just created, right? Because now they're part of our context interface. So I'm just going to come over here and also pass the update cart item count. Meaning that now, although we don't have the functionality already defined, we can access them everywhere else in the app. Meaning that over here inside of our shop, or actually the product, we have this add to cart button, right? So I could come over here and technically destructure from the use context, we can say use context, pass in the iShop context. iShop context. Oh, I'm not exporting this. So let's export this interface. And let me try to rewrite this so that it can import. We're going to try to import the shop context here too. So we can grab the add to cart button, our function, and just pass it as the on click to this function. But remember, when we call the add to cart function, it's going to need an ID of the item. And we have that ID over here. And that's why we actually grabbed the ID from the product. So we're going to come over here and we're going to call add to cart and pass in the ID of the item. And that's great, but it's not technically working yet, right? Because as you might know, we haven't written the logic for the add to cart button. So when we click on it, it actually calls the function, but it's not doing anything. So let's start writing the logic for that. And the logic for that will be actually pretty self-explanatory. When you add an item to cart, we want to first check to see if the item is already on the cart items object. And if it isn't, we basically want to add a new key to this cart items object with the ID of the item, which we're going to get from the function's argument, and the value will be 1, right? Because it is the first time you're adding it. But if this item is already here, we don't want to set it to 1. We want to increase this by 1 and make it 2, for example. So we need to check for that. We're going to first check to see if the cart items is not inside of or if the item ID is not inside of the cart items object. And if it's not, we want to set the cart items object to be equal to its previous value, right? Because its previous value will be an object with all of its previous items, but we also want to add a new item, which is going to have the item ID as a key and 1 as the value, right? And this is the case where it's not currently, you're trying to add an item that you haven't added before. But if the item is already in the cart, you just want to set the cart items to be equal to, again, the same as it was before, right? With the same values as it was before. But whenever you have the item with the item ID, you want to just get the value that it has right now by saying prev item ID and increase that by 1. So if you already have an iPhone you have one iPhone in your cart, it's going to get 1 over here, which is the value of the iPhone, and add +1 to make it 2. So we can check to see if that's working, but we're not displaying that value anywhere, so it really doesn't matter at the moment. The only way we could check to see that value is by creating a function over here called getCartItemCount. Remember, I don't want to pass the cart item state outside of this context because I actually want to abstract all the logic regarding the state inside of here. So instead of passing this there and just getting the count based on the ID, I'm actually going to create this function which takes in the ID. It basically does the same thing, but we're going to just passing this function instead of having to pass the cart items in itself. And what this is going to check is, okay, if the item we're passing in this function is in the cart items, then we're going to return back whatever value it has. So item ID. If it's not there, then we know that the item is not in the cart, so the cart item type count is 0. And also have to specify that this returns a number. And we're going to pass this on the context as well. So we're going to add over here this value. And obviously it's giving us an error because we haven't added this to our definition of our interface. So let's add this right now. It's a function which will take in an ID. And it will return back, not void, but a number, which will be the count of that individual item. We also have to pass this over here. Get cart item type count. And this time will return 0 as the initial value for this. So this should be working. The way I'm going to test this is I'm actually going to get the cart item count over here. And you'll see that if I say create a variable called count and set it equal to get cart item count and pass in the ID over here, and I console log this, you'll see that we will actually be getting the value of the cart item whenever we add an item to the count. So let's open our console. We should see a bunch of zeros because no items are in the cart. But if I add an iPhone, we should see that there's a bunch of zeros, but there should be 1. Yeah, here's the 1. And it's the first one that appears because the AirPod is the first item. If I add it again, we should see a 2 somewhere. as you can see. But it's way better to actually display the value of the count instead of just console logging. And to display it, we're gonna do it in a very sneaky and easy and cool way to do it, which is in the button itself over here. When we say add to cart, we will put a text saying that if the cart item count is not this, the cart, oh, I called it count. If the count is greater than 0, then we want to display text over here, a p paragraph tag with the cart or the count just displaying. I wrote it wrong, so when we save this, we should see that now it looks like this. I think because I made it into a paragraph tag, it might have added some margins and paddings and such. So I'll actually make this into a React fragment so that there's no CSS added. And yeah, you see, it appears over here. I also want to put a parentheses actually, because I remember in the demo there was a parentheses. So I'll do something like this. And it should look good. Yeah, it should look good. So as we add items to our cart, it is adding them into that object that we created and so on. So that's pretty good. That means that our first function is indeed working. But now what else do we have to make? Well, we have to make these two functions. We have to make the remove from cart and update cart item count. But they are both functions that are only going to be useful whenever we make the checkout page. So I think it's good time to actually start building this page, which won't be that hard, especially because we're going to reuse a lot of the code that we've written so far. But it's important for us to do that so we can get an idea of exactly what we're building, right? So let's come to our pages folder, and over here we have the index.csx for the checkout page. I'm gonna close all of this because they're not gonna be useful right now. But the checkout page can be structured as follows. I'm gonna first add a class name, and let's call this the cart because it's where we're gonna display our cart and all of its items. Then let's add a div, which will have an h1 tag saying your cart items. Then we're gonna come over here and we're gonna add another div, which again, let's call it again cart. And inside of here, we're going to loop through the list of products that is in our cart. So let's think about what that means. Well, we have the products value, right? The list of all the products that we're selling, because we created this hook called use get products. So technically, if I wanted to have access to the products, I could just come over here and destructure it like this. Products is equal to use get products. Is it called use get product? Yeah, it is. Did I not? Interesting. I'll just import it myself, but we'll come over here and import from, we have to go back twice and then go to hooks and then go to use get products and finally get the use get products. Okay, so we can get the list of products, right? But we don't want to just come over here and just say like, oh, I want to display all the products, right? And do the whole map product and then just display, I don't know, a div for each of them, this, and then just close all of this off. We don't want to just do this. And the reason why we don't want to just loop through all the products is because we want to display only the products that we added to our cart. But we don't have access to that. We have access to the information of the ID of the products we added to cart and how much of them we actually added. So a way to filter that out is we're actually gonna, first of all, let TypeScript know that the product we're gonna get from the products page is gonna be of type iProduct, right? And then inside of here, I actually wanna make this into a function that we can write code inside instead of just returning directly the TSX or the actual elements inside of here. So if I'm going to return the div, I have to write return instead. And then over here, what I want to do is I want to write an if statement. I only want to return the product and actually display it in their screen if when we call the get cart item count for that specific item, then the value of it should be anything but 0. So what does that mean? We're just trying to display the items where they are in the cart item object, and also they have a value greater than 0, meaning that there's more than 0 of them inside of that object. So to do that, we actually have to get the cart item count. So I'm going to say this is equal to use context. Again, I shop context and shop context over here. And we're going to grab the get cart item count. See, this is why it was important for us to manage our states inside of a context, because now I'm using it already in a different component. It's going to be used everywhere. So over here, I'm just going to say, okay, while it's looping through the list of products, if the current products have if its ID is inside of the cart items object and its count is greater than 0, so we say greater than 0, or actually I'm just saying not equal to 0, then we want to return that product over here. And we're actually not going to put the UI similar to how we did with the product. We're going to create another component called cart item to just masquerade a little bit of the logic. We'll create it over here. And this component will be pretty simple. It's just going to display each individual item inside of our cart. So we're just going to do this, create props, probably create an interface for this called props, like this. And the props will probably be something like data is equal to iProduct. We're probably going to pass in over here. Actually, let's call it data. Let's call it a product, just like how we did before. And then over here, instead of returning this, we're just going to return the cart item like this and pass in the product equal to the product, right? So we have this data inside of here. Now it's given us an error because it's currently not returning any UI. But the UI we're going to return is actually just this. We're just going to return a div, which is going to have a class name of cart item. So class name of cart item. And first of all, it's going to be almost identical to the product one. We're going to even copy this, just like this, and put it over here. But the difference is, first of all, the image will be the same. We can even grab those values by destructuring them from the props.product and grab like the ID, the image URL. I don't know what else we're going to need, but we're going to need probably the product name and the price. And I think, to be honest, that should be it. I don't want to add the description or the stock count or anything of that. We'll just keep it like this. We already added all of those inside of the main page, so it doesn't really matter. So over here, we're just going to have those. And in the description part, we're not going to add the description. We're just going to add both the price and the product name. And I'll even put over here a thing saying price to specify the price of this item. And then on the button parts over here, I'm actually going to remove this and we're going to build a different thing, because the UI for this part, if you go over here, should be a bit different. We haven't added anything to cart yet, so you're not seeing anything over here, but you should see if we add an R part, we should see that it's now over here, right? It's just there's no CSS that I added yet. Actually, it might be a good idea to add the CSS right now, just so we can look at this and already see a good UI being displayed, which it makes it easier for us to also understand what we're building. So inside of this checkout over here, I'm going to add all of the styles inside of this file. You can do so too. I'll be back in a second when I've pasted it. Okay, I just pasted all of the UI and we need to import it over here. /styles.css. And we should see that our cart is now looking kind of cool, right? Obviously, it's not done because we haven't added the buttons over here. But to have an idea, what I want to add here is a number field and a button with a plus sign and a button with a minus sign. So we can keep clicking on them to alter that value of the amount of an AirPod, in this case, we want to buy. So let's do that right now. Let's go to our cart item. And in here, below this, I want to create a div called something like count handler, just like this. Then I want to add the button, first the minus button, so I put a minus sign, Then I want to add the input of type number, which will be over here. And then finally, I want to add the plus button. So it should look something like this, right? But obviously the UI will be improved as we go, but it should be this over here, and then a number in the middle. So now let's come over here and let's add the functions that are going to be called in each of these buttons. If you remember, we created kind of the skeleton of the remove from cart and the update cart item count. We already have the add to cart. Now all three of them are going to be used inside of the cart item component because we can technically remove, update, and add. So let's import from the context, right? Let's say const equal to use context, like we've been doing so far, I shop context, and then shop context over here. And let's grab the add to cart, the remove from cart, and the update cart item count. Now the add to cart, we've dealt with it before, so I'm going to put over here the add to cart whenever you click the plus button. And remember, we have to pass the ID, which we are getting from the props of this cart item component. Then with the remove, we're going to basically do the same thing. We haven't obviously created the remove yet, but we know that this is the structure of it, and it doesn't matter when we create it. We're going to add all the logic, and then this will be working. And for the update part of it, we want to actually come over here, and initially, we want it to have a value equal to the cart item count, right? Now, what is cart item count? It will be the count similar to what we did over here. Was it here? Yeah. It will be the count of that specific item. So I want to get the cart item count from this context or the function and create this variable called cart item count and set it equal to get cart item count and pass in the ID over here so that we can just set the value. So if initially I'm going to show you guys, if I initially come over here into my shop, I'll even refresh to restart the cart. If I add one AirPod over here, then over here, we should see one by default. But if I add, 3 Bluetooth speakers, by default, there should be 3 for the Bluetooth speakers and 1 for the AirPod, right? And obviously, now that we've already added the functionality of plus, we can also add more items for them as well. But subtracting won't work because we haven't written the skeleton yet. So what we want is to come over here to our input, and I want to also add an on change to this, because whenever we make any changes to this input's value, we want to see that change happening by utilizing our update cart item count function. Now, what does this function require? Well, in the context over here, we see that it will require, first of all, the amount that we want to update it to and the item ID. So the item ID, we can get it pretty simply. The item ID will just be the ID of the item we're trying to update. So I put a comma because this will be the second argument, and we'll put it over here. But what will be the new amount? Well, the new amount will be whatever you're typing on the input. So we'll grab the event over here, and we'll just set this equal to the event.target.value, just like this. Now you might be wondering, well, why is this giving us an error? Well, because this has to be a number, and technically, although it is a number, when it gets from the input, it might come out with a different type. It might come out as a string that looks like a number. So we're going to convert this to make sure it becomes a number, just like this. And now, inside of our context, we'll have access to that information. So we can start writing both of these functions. So from the remove to cart, it's actually going to be extremely simple and really closely related to the add to cart one. Technically, the only thing we want to check here is if the item is currently not in the cart, then we don't want to return it, right? We don't want to return an item that is not, or we don't want to subtract an item that is not currently in the cart. So I'm going to say if there's no item there, then return. Also, I want to check to see if it's already 0, or because we don't want to be able to set the values of the counts for each item to be less than 0. So if this is actually, if the cart item for this ID, if the value of it is equal to 0, then return. Now, technically, this shouldn't be allowed already in the front end, because whenever the value becomes 0, it shouldn't even be displayed in this thing. But we can't guarantee that. Like, the person can alter it in some way. There can happen bugs. So we're just safeguarding ourselves over here. And then finally, I want to come over here and I want to, if those two cases are not true, then I want to set the cart items to be equals to its current previous value, right? It will be an object with its previous value. Everything will remain the same, but the item with the item ID of the item we're trying to subtract a value, now we'll have a value equal to its previous value minus 1. Just like this. Just pretty good. We can actually test out to see if this will work by coming over here and clicking minus, and you should see that it's actually minusing. And what I said about impossibly making it negative from the UI perspective, if I make this 0, it should disappear. Because remember, we're only displaying items which the value is not equal to 0. But there might be bugs, especially in this case where we're going to now write the logic for directly updating this. Because technically I could come over here and make this become something different. It's not updating right now because we haven't written the logic, but technically I could just come over here and put -20. And there's a couple different ways of safeguarding that. I think my approach will be the one that I like the most. So we'll just do that one. I'll come over here and just type, okay, if new amount is less than 0, then straight up return. Straight up return. We're not going to do anything. If they try to update it to something less than 0, we're not going to allow that update. So then I want to just return and not allow them to continue, because this will just bug the whole thing off. You can't have a negative count of items you want to buy. But if that's not the case, then I would just want to set the cart items, and I'll set it to be the previous one, similar to what we've been doing. Everything will remain the same, but now the item with the item ID will have its new count. So new amount, just like this. And we should see that if I come over here and I try to increase or decrease this, now it's working because the value of this is set to be the value of the item in the cart items object. But over here, if I try to go to 0, it disappears, and it also has a safeguard in our code, which is pretty good. I can also update it directly from just typing on this. I can just make this 67, something like that, and it will work as well. So it's pretty good that all of this is working. I'm not sure why the UI is not like how it was in the demo. I might have done something wrong with the CSS, but we'll deal with that later on. What we want to be able to do now that we have that is to actually calculate the total cart amount. So inside of our checkout page, right, this part over here, we're currently displaying all the products, but right below it, we actually want to be able to display the part where we actually check out, right? It's going to have the total amount and also the buttons to continue shopping and to check out and buy the products. So I'm going to come over here, add a class name of checkout, just like this. And inside of here, I'm going to add a p tag that is going to say subtotal and put some sort of money amount. Right now, we don't have the variable with that calculation, so we'll leave it empty. But then we're going to add a button that is going to say continue shopping, just like this, and another button which will say checkout. Perfect. This is kind of how it's going to look over here, right? This is the UI has already been added, but we have to calculate the values for this, which is one of the most important things right now. So we'll go to our shop context and we'll create a function called get total cart amount. So I'll say const get total cart amount. And as expected, we want to pass this into our context so we have access to it elsewhere. So I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to then paste it into our interface. And technically, it basically has no arguments, and also it doesn't return anything. So we'll just do it like that. And this will be simple as well. We'll just return no. Perfect. Now, how is the get total cart amount going to work? Well, what we want is we're basically going to loop through the items in our cart and just add the price of all of those items and multiply it by the amount of each item we want to buy. So over here, the first check I want to check is, okay, is the length of products equal to 0? If yes, then I want to return. Well, the first thing I want to check is, okay, is there any products? Okay, so the first thing I want to do is create a variable inside of here called total amount. And it will start as 0. Then we're going to loop through all of the items inside of our cart items object, right? And for each of those items, we want to check to see if its value is greater than 0, right? So obviously, if the item is not there, it's not even going to be part of the loop. And if it is there and its value is greater than 0, that means it's part of our cart, and we want to add the price of that item. And if that's the case, then we need to grab its price. But how are we going to get the price of this product? We only have the value of how much we want to buy it and the ID so far. So the way we're going to do this is we're actually going to have to use the products array that we get from the useGetProducts hook that we created. So I'll come over here and say const equal to useGetProducts, just like this, and we'll grab the products array. And inside of this if statement, we're going to say let item information, so item info, and this will be a product because that's what we're going to get back. We're going to create this variable and set it equal to products.find, and we're going to find the specific product with this ID, which we know the ID will be represented by the item inside of cart items. We want to find the product with that ID, and then item info is going to contain that product, which means that if we want to find the price of it, we just say item info.price. So to find this, we're going to just loop through each of the products in the products array. And then if the product dot underscore ID is equal to the item, then we know we got the correct product. So it's going to be returned and turned into this variable. So that means that the total amount will then add the cart items item. So this will give us the amount of the item we want to buy times the item info.price. So the logic here is we're just basically adding, we've done a logic similar to this, right? But to calculate the total cart amount we want to add is literally just adding the total amount over here plus the value of how much we want to buy of the item times its price. And then at the bottom over here, we're just going to return that number. Actually, this should return a number. I said it was void, but there was a mistake. So I'm going to actually return a number here. And let's return 0 as the default. And then come over here. And at the end, we're going to return the total amount. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Then we're going to come to our checkout page. And inside of our context, we're also going to get the get total cart amount. And we're just going to destructure this value by, let's get total amount over here is equal to get total cart amount. And we'll just display this value over here. And we should see that, did we forget to put the curly brace? We did. So we'll save this and we should see that so far the subtotal is 0, but that's because we haven't added anything. So let's add an AirPod. We should see the subtotal now being 59, but if we add more, we should see that it increases as well. And if I add other items, it will also account for that. So it seems to be working, which is great. But one thing that is kind of annoying me is like, what if, this is what I thought it might happen. Sometimes like decimals just look kind of weird. So I actually want to fix this value over here to be up to 2 decimal points. So I'm going to say 2 fixed, and I'll put 2. And we should see that now it's condensed to just 2 decimal points to look a little bit better. Now, what I want to do is I want to also add some sort of check over here inside of our checkout to display a message in case there's no items in the cart. So I'm going to say if total amount is greater than 0, then I want to display all of this. But if it's not greater than 0, then I actually want to display just an H1 tag that says something like your shopping cart is empty, right? And I can just close this with a curly brace, and you'll see that in case we don't have anything, right? I'll just refresh this and you'll see our shopping cart is empty. It won't even show the price. But if we add 1, we should see that it now shows everything. So then what we want to do now is maybe add a little bit of these buttons. So the continue shopping one is actually pretty simple. When we click continue shopping, all we wanted to do is to redirect us to the page, the shopping page. So we've done this before. I'm gonna use the use navigate hook from React.DOM. So I'll say use navigate, and it should auto import. And we'll call the navigate function over here whenever you click on the button and make it navigate towards the shopping page, which is see that now that works, right? Which is great. So now we get to the part where we can actually write the logic for buying a product and checking out. So to do that, we're gonna have to create, as you might expect, a checkout function. And we're gonna do that again on our context. So I'll come over here and I'll say const checkout and create the skeleton of our function. Now the checkout function will be a bit different because it's going to be an async function, and we're gonna just define it over here at the top. We'll say checkout, and I'll put here the definition. It will just return void and it won't have any arguments. And for here, again, we have to define its initial value. It will return null. Then we'll come down here, and what we can do is we can actually, the reason why this is going to be async is because we're going to make an API request, right? We're going to make a request to our product route, the checkout one, this one. So we were expecting to send a body to this request, and the body will be in this format. It will have an object. It will be an object with a customer ID and the cart items object. We already have cart items. We've been using it so far. It's the state, but the customer ID, we can get it really simply as well. So I'm going to create a variable over here called body, which is the one we're going to pass. And the customer ID will be, we're going to get it from the local storage. Because if you remember, when we were setting up our authentication, we also added our user ID to our local storage. So I'll just put it over here. Then for cart items, we'll just pass the object that we've created as a state up here. So now we can start writing our API request. And obviously we're gonna try catch this. I'll handle the errors in a bit because it's actually gonna be a bit complicated to error handle the results of this. But for now, we'll just console log the error in case something happens. But over here, what we wanna do is we wanna await an Axios.post request. And the API link will be http://localhost 3001/products/checkout, just like this. Then we want to pass in the body, right, to this request. And we've already created the body as a variable over here. And finally, we want to pass in the headers, because remember, this API request is vanguarded by the verified token middleware. So you need to be authenticated to purchase and check out a cart. Now to pass the headers, we've created the useGetToken hook that we've used so far. So I'll just come over here at the top and I'll say const equal to useGetToken, and we'll get back the headers. So we don't have to deal with that anymore. So as you see, as we build this project, a lot of the stuff we make that might seem redundant in the beginning is to save us time later on. So right now I can just put here headers and it works perfectly. So we're gonna try to make this API request, right? And for now, we're not gonna deal with whatever we get back from this request because it's going to be the list of purchased items, if you remember from when we created this request, but we haven't made even the page for purchased items yet. So let's not deal with that. Let's just try to check out and see the stuff working, see the checkout logic working. So whenever we check out, for now, I just want to navigate towards the shopping page. So you check out and you want to go back to the main page. So to navigate, again, we're going to use the navigate hook. So we're going to say navigate equal to use navigate. And this should allow us to just say over here that after we're done with this, we're going to navigate to the main page. And we can test to see if this is actually working now. We'll pass in the checkout over here. And let's come to our cart items. I believe, no, it's not in cart item, it's in checkout. And we'll grab the checkout from the context, and let's pass it as the on click to the checkout function or the checkout button, just like this. Now, how are we going to check this? Well, ideally, currently we don't have any way to check it in our UI because I haven't added the available money count for the specific user up here, which is what we're going to do right after this. But we can check to see if both the available money and the item count in our database have changed. So I'm going to go to our database. You might notice that it disconnected me, and it disconnected because this is another day. I'm recording this video within multiple days, but I'll come over here and go to collections, retrieve the database, and we should see, okay, let's try to buy an AirPod, right? We're currently logged in. I'm not even sure who we logged in with because we logged in a long time ago. I'll check it out by going to application, looking at our local storage. We know that this is our ID. So it ends with C37FC. Let's check to see who is this user. So let's see who has C37FC. It seems to be Harry Potter, right? And Harry Potter has an available money of 5,000. So if I make this request and to try to buy an AirPod over here, we should see that value decreasing by $60. But not only that, we should also see the stock quantity go to 493. So let's check that out. Let's try checking it out. It seems like there was an error probably. Let's go to console. Yeah, it seems like there was an error, and that's pretty good because we can identify it before. Let's see what kind of error it was. So it seems like filled with 404. Do we think this was probably status text not found? Did we put the wrong API request over here? It says checkout. Let's check out our actual route. Let's go to products, not the models, the route. And it is product / checkout. So that's why it's a bit confusing. Oh, is it product instead of products? Yeah, I made this mistake again. And I'm sorry, but I actually enjoy whenever there's a mistake in my video because you guys see how I debug. Yeah, this should be product / checkout, not products / checkout. So let's try this again. Yeah, nothing was console logged and we were redirected to the main page. Meaning that if I go over here and I refresh this, this should be 493, which it is. And this should not be 5,000, which is exactly what it is. It's 4940. So it means that it is working. And since we have now the API working in our front end, we can now start working with displaying the available money that a user has. So displaying this value over here in our navbar. So we also have some sort of confirmation that we actually purchased the item. So let's do that. If we open up our navbar over here at the top, we can see that we're currently not displaying anything that indicates that we have the money. So I'm gonna come below this link and I'm gonna add a span that is gonna have some sort of money amount. And over here, we should display something like a variable called available money, but we haven't created the variable yet. Where we want to create the variable is actually inside of our context. So we'll come to our context over here, and up here at the top, we're going to create a state called available money and set available money. Just like this. This state will be of type number because it is the number that represents how much money you have left. and it will start as 0 by default. Then I want to create a function over here, which is going to be called fetch available money, just like this. This function will be async, and it's going to basically just make an API request to receive back how much money a user has. Now, we haven't actually created this API request yet, so I think it's important for us to do that before. I'll come over here, and this will be actually a user API request because it's something, this is information related to the user. So what I want to do is down here, after the verify token, because it will be using the verify token, I want to create another route called router.get, and we'll pass in, we'll call it available money, something like this. Now, although this is the name of the route, we also need to get the user ID to search the available money for a specific user. So we'll have the user ID in the front end because it's in the local storage. So a way we can pass it is, for example, through the body, but you can't do it in this case because this is a GET request. So the way we're going to do it is really simply by just passing it as a parameter. So params will work like this. We'll say that in the params, we'll get the user ID. Then we'll obviously pass in the verify token to safeguard this endpoint, and we'll make this async with a rec, so request, and a res, response. And then over here, we're going to first get the user ID from the params. So we're going to say user.params, or not user, rec.params, and we'll grab the user ID. Then I'll come over here. I'll surround this by a try catch. Just like this. And on the catch, I'll just grab the error and I'll res.status, probably a 500 type error, and then I'll say, .json, and then say that just pass in the error here, like this. Then inside of our try, what we want to do is we want to, first of all, grab the user based on the ID that we got over here. So to find a user in our database based on this ID, it's pretty simple. We've done this before. We'll just say user model.find by ID, and we'll pass in the user ID. Then, if there's no user with this ID, we obviously need to send an error, and we'll just send an error that we've sent before. It's a 400 level error, and it will be the JSON of type, and we'll grab user errors and say no user found, right? This is the error we've used before. But if there's a user, then we just want to send back the available money that this user has, like this, user.available money. So that's all that this this whole endpoint does. It just returns back the available money based on the user's ID. So over here, we can actually just say that we want to, first, we're going to have a result, right? Because in this case, we need to get back what is going to be sent back from the endpoint. So we're going to say const res equals to await, and we're going to await an axuse.get request, where we're going to make a request to the http://localhost, so localhost 3001/user/available money. And to pass in the user ID, it's actually a JavaScript variable. So in order to inject a variable inside of the string, we're actually going to change this quote type to backticks and just say that we want to inject the local storage.get item, and we'll get the user ID. So this string should be this plus whatever the user currently logged in, the ID of the user who's currently logged in is. And then we also need to pass in the headers, right? And the headers, again, it's not that complicated. We already have it here, so we just put headers and it should work. After we get this back, there can be errors, so I'm gonna try catch this. And I'm not, like, to handle this error, for now, we'll just alert a message saying error, something went wrong, like this. And then for the success case, which will be inside of the try, we just want to set the available money to be equal to the response.data.available money, which we know is something we're going to return because we literally just wrote it to be that way. So now we have this function called fetch available money. But how do we know if it's working? Well, we're actually going to call this to happen immediately on render. So whenever you're going to, you're logging into your account, you already want to know and want it to display on the top of your navbar the available money. You don't want to have to like manually choose to find this information. It should already be there. So I'm going to use a use effect inside of here. Right over here, I'm going to say use effect. Inside of this use effect, we're just going to fetch the available money, just like this. And we're also going to pass in over here an empty array so that we don't do this all the time. And in case in the future I want to fetch the available money by demand, I can also pass this fetch available money as part of our context. But to be honest, for now, we're not going to do that. The only other time we might need to manually request the available money value to be updated is whenever we check out, because when you check out, it should update that value, right? But we'll do that in a bit. For now, we just want to return the available money value as a part of this context. So I'm going to say available money is a number, and it's a value that we're going to return over here. So we'll say available money by default is 0. And we'll actually remove this like this. And down here at the bottom, we're just going to pass available money as a variable. And then inside of our navbar, we're going to have to grab that value. We're going to say use context I shop context and then shop context, and we'll grab the available money value and we'll just display it over here. Remember, since this can be a huge decimal, we're also going to fix this value to 2 decimals. And then save this and let's check out to see if it works. It does, as you can see. It is displaying over here at the top, which is pretty great. It's displaying the number of our current users' information. But the thing is, if I come and buy an AirPod, right? If I come over here and I check out one AirPod, this value hasn't updated. Although the value here should have updated. As you can see, yeah, it updated. So what we want is whenever the checkout happens, like I just said to you guys, we want to also recheck to see the available money and refresh that value. So before we navigate back to the main page, I want to call the fetch available money function over here. And let's check to see if now it's working. We'll come over here. We'll try to buy another AirPod. I also just realized that the cart continues even after you check out. So that's something that we might want to deal with right after this. But bottom line, if I want to buy one more AirPod, you should see that this value should decrease immediately when we buy, which is what happens now. So what I just told you guys is, see, the cart is still on even though we just purchased. So one thing I want to do is whenever we purchase an item, I also want to set the cart items to be an empty object. So we're just clearing the cart, which means that if I were to buy this AirPod again, right, we're buying a bunch of AirPods, but if we buy this AirPod again, not only will it check out and subtract this number, but also the cart is clear. There's nothing in it anymore. So we're getting close to being almost done with this whole project, but there's a bit more that we want to do. The main thing that I want to display now is the purchased items, which is something we haven't technically done yet. So to display the purchased items, we'll have to create the purchased items page. So we can come over here to the pages part, go to purchased items, and start actually developing this component. I'm going to close everything out so we have a good view of what we're going to be working with. And in my opinion, this is one of the easiest pages to build because of how much we've done already and how much we've learned, and because it reuses a lot of the stuff that we have previously done, so it'll be a lot quicker to build. So let's start out by creating our div over here. I'll give it a class name of purchased items page, just like this. Then inside of here, I'll put an h1 tag saying something like previously purchased items. Then I'll save this, and below this, we'll start by creating a div to display the purchased items. So we'll come over here and we'll put a class name of purchased items. And inside of here, what we want is we want to have an array that is going to represent all of the purchased items. Now, where are we going to get that array from? We're going to get them from the shop context. So over here, we're going to write some sort of logic and create a state that is going to hold the value for the previously owned items. So right off the bat, let's come over here and create a state called purchased items, just like this, and a function called set purchased items. Then this will be a use state, and the type of this will be, think about it this way, each item is a product, right? So it will be of type iProduct, but we want it to be a list. So it will be a list of iProduct. And initially it will just be an empty list, right? Because we haven't queried this information or fetched this information yet, but we want to do so. So similar to the available money, we're gonna also create a similar logic. We want the purchased items stuff to be fetched on render, right? And we also want it to be an async function because we're gonna make an API request. So I wanna come over here and say fetch purchased items. Then over here, we're going to change this to be an endpoint that we haven't created yet, but it will be an endpoint for purchased items. And then in the back on the result, we will get back also probably something called purchased items. When I say probably is because we haven't written this yet, but we'll create this structure so that when we go to the backend, we'll kind of have an idea of what we want to return and what we want to receive. So this will be kind of the logic for this. But obviously, so far we don't have the backend done. So what I want to do is I want to come over here and actually build this endpoint in our backend. It will be a product endpoint because we're fetching technically products. So I'll come over here, go a little bit down, and put this route right over here. So it will be a GET request because we're getting data. And similar to the available money, we'll call this purchased items, and then use the customer ID as a param to receive that data to know which user we want to actually get the previously purchased items from. Then we also wanted this to be safeguarded by the verify token function, and we'll make this async. Put rec request res response, and we'll just write the function. Now, like I said, the function will be very similar to the one we wrote for the fetch available money. So to be honest, I'll actually just copy that logic because it will be pretty similar. I'll copy this, paste it over here, and just make some changes because of it. So the first change I want to make is technically since this is not from a specific user, this is from a customer now because we're looking at it from the product side of things. I want to change the param name over here to the customer ID. And then I still want to search from the user model, but I want to search a customer from this model. And we'll do the same check to see if there's no user, same thing, and same error, no user was found. But right after this, we still need to fetch the available products. Now we know that in the user model over here, we have a thing called purchased items, and it is a list of strings. But we don't want to just get back a list of strings, right? The strings in this case are the IDs of the products this user has previously purchased. But we want to get back and send back the actual products, not just their IDs. So we have to write a little bit of logic over here to retrieve the IDs from the product model. So I'll say const products, and this products will be the actual list of products, and then set it equal to await product model, and we're gonna find those products inside of the product model. But how are we gonna do that? Well, remember over here when we wrote this logic over here, we had a list of IDs, the product IDs, and we got the products based on the list. So it's basically the same logic, but instead of using product IDs over here, we're gonna change it, actually just replace this like this. We're gonna change this to be the user dot purchased items. Because remember, the purchased items is a list of IDs of the items that this user has previously purchased. So if we want to get the product based on their IDs, we do it like this. So this logic is pretty much self-explanatory. We've done this before. And in the end, I want to return back just a thing called purchased items, just like this. And what we're sending back is actually just the products that we receive. So this should be working. I think there's an error there. Yeah, now this should be working. Let's just copy this endpoint over here. And actually, I'll not even copy. I'll just come over here. It'll be easier. So we'll come over here to the fetch purchased items. We'll change this to, we'll change this to product slash purchased items. And then we'll also send the current user ID to through parems, because that will be the customer ID. And we'll also send the headers, obviously, to verify. And in the end, we should get, not this, we should get, I wrote it wrong, we should get purchased items, just like this. And we'll also just alert any messages if something went wrong. So this is pretty good, but we have to make it such that whenever you render the component, you want to make this API call. So like the other ones, we're going to come down here and go to the use effect and just add this over here. This is pretty good. Now, all we have to do is just pass the state, the purchased item state, into our context. So purchased items will be a iProduct array. And we'll just come over here, pass the initial values. And down here, we'll just pass this as well into our provider. So purchased items. Now, inside of our purchased items page, and inside of here, I want to get back from the shop context the state that we just created. So I'll set this equal to use context, then I shop context, and then we'll just say shop context over here. And we'll get back the purchased items, which now is an array that we can loop over inside of here. So we'll say purchased items dot map. So we'll loop through each of them, grab each item, and we could technically just display it similar to how the other ones got displayed. But to be honest, I want each page to look a little bit different. So I'm going to return this items by first creating a div over here and closing it. And then I'll put a class name of item so that we can style it later. Then I'll come over here and put a h3 tag that will say something like the product name. So I'll say item.product name. And what else do I want to display? I want to display the product name. I want to display the price for sure. I don't think I'll display the description again because, like I said, we don't need to know the description of an item that we bought previously. We already bought it, so we probably read it. So I'll just put the image for sure. I'll put the image here, and I'll have the source be the item.image URL. And then down here, we'll put a p tag and just put the price. So I'll say item.price. And probably what I want is I want to have a button to purchase this item again because we want to upsell this user. So I'm going to come over here and I'll say button and then purchase again. And it will be similar to the logic of what we did on the shop page, right? On the actual shop page. So I'll come to product over here. It will be this logic over here. So I'd actually just copy this entire button and replace this with this. And then just change this to purchase again. And I still wanted to add to cart whenever we click on it and display the current amount of that item we have in our cart. I'll change this over here. I'll remove this so that it doesn't look like that. And now we just need to get the information that we don't currently have. So add to cart, we're going to get from the context. So I'll say add to cart. And now that will be done. Count will come from, I also need to get the ID of the user. So the ID would just be, or the item, it would just be item.id. But count is something that we need to get from the context as well. And if you remember, we can get count for a specific item by using this function called get cart item count. So we just have to replace this with get cart item count. But instead of calling this function twice, Over here, I'll just get the count by saying get card item count and passing the item dot underscore ID over here, and then just using the variable twice down here. We should check to see if this is working. If we go to purchases, you should see that since we've only purchased AirPods, it does seem to be working perfectly. Even if I click on this button, we are adding the AirPods to our cart, which is great. But obviously the styling is not good. So that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna create, there's already a styles page, but I will import the styles page over here like this, /styles, .css, and I'll paste the style and be back in a second. Okay, this is the CSS that I added. I changed the grid template columns to be to display 5 items per column or per row, so it looks a bit different. We obviously haven't purchased a lot of items yet, but let's try doing that so you guys can kind of see. Try to buy this. Let's buy an iPhone. I want to buy something cheap. Okay, I'll buy a keyboard. What else is cheap here? Maybe some light bulbs, a mouse, and okay, I'll buy the Apple Watch. So let's go to here. Let's click purchase. And if we go to previously purchased items, you might notice that, wait, what happened? Like the items are not here. The reason for that is because we're not currently calling the function to fetch the purchased items whenever we buy new items. So that's something that we have to do. We have to come over here to our shop context, and inside of our checkout function, just like how we fetched available money to reflect that information, we also have to fetch the previously purchased items. And this will reinstate the values, right, that we needed. And this is how the grid template kind of looks like, right? Let's check to see if now it will work. Let me try to buy, what should I buy? Okay, I'll buy this computer, which we have never purchased before, as you can see. We'll come over here, we'll click checkout, and if I go to purchases, we should see that the computer is here. This is pretty good. It means that everything seems to be working, but there is a final thing that we have to do. We're basically at the end of the video now, but there's a final thing we have to do. And it's a problem that I don't think you guys have even noticed that is happening. And the only way we can actually notice it is by adding the functionality of logging out, which we technically haven't done yet. But to be honest, logging out is gonna be pretty simple. So I'll just do it real quick so you guys can understand what the problem will be. So to log out, we'll just come to the navbar over here. We're gonna add a link probably, and I'll do it even before the money because I like to have the money like outside, like on the corner, if you know what I mean. So I'll just put a link over here, and I'll link it to the auth page. So I'll say auth, and I'll say that whenever you click on this, you also want to call a function called logout, and we'll write the logic for logging out inside of that function. And this link will just say logout. Now the logout function is pretty simple. We'll say it's a normal function. And what does it mean to log out really? Well, to log out is to clear the local storage of our user ID and also remove the cookie that we set with our access token. So I'm gonna import over here from React cookie the use cookies hook, and I'll just say const set cookies is equal to use cookies, and then pass in the access token. And then over here, I'll just set cookies, and I'll set the access token to be null so that we don't have any cookie in our system. So technically, if I came over here and try this out, you'll see that I am logged out. But first of all, this is not displaying correctly because when you log out, I expect that there won't be any of this stuff because you technically can't. We just want to see the login page. Also, this login page looks really weird. I just realized while we were doing this, I never added the styling for this. And since we never logged out before that, the styling was never done. So I'll do both of those things. I'll fix this issue and fix this. The issue with this is we need some sort of state that is gonna keep us knowing when we're logged in or not. So I'm gonna actually create this state. I'll come over here and I'll go to our actual shop context and I'll create a state called is authenticated, because to be honest, being authenticated can also impact displaying the products. So I'll say set is authenticated, set it equal to use state, and this will be a Boolean, and we'll start as false. Then what I want is to pass both these values into our into this over here, into our context, because we want to access both of them individually. So I'll come over here, I'll pass the is authenticated, which obviously will be a Boolean. I'll also pass the set is authenticated, which will just be like a state, which will just be a function that will take in Boolean as an argument. So I'll call it is authenticated Boolean, and it will return back a void, just like this. So we have both of them. We'll pass them over here as initial values as well. Is authenticated will be false, and set is authenticated will just return null. And then down here, it's saying something is wrong, but it's saying something is wrong because of our code not being done. So I'll come down here and I'll pass those values. So is authenticated and set is authenticated. So first things first, we want to be able to set the value of this to true whenever we log in. So we'll come to our auth page over here. We'll get this thing from the hook, which we currently aren't even using inside of this page. So say const equals to use context, then I shop context, and then put here the shop context. I hope it did import everything. But then what I want is I want to use this value whenever we log in. So I'll grab the set is authenticated and I'll put it right after this. Before we navigate, I'll set the is authenticated to true. So that means we now, whenever we log in, we will be authenticated. Also, I'm just gonna add the styles for this because we haven't, like I said before. I'll copy and paste it so that our login page looks kind of cool. Okay, I just pasted it. That was the CSS. I'll import it here as well. Just like this. And let's go check it out. It's still giving us errors. And I think I know why. I think it's because in our use effect over here, we are just asking to fetch the available money and purchased items before we have the user ID, right? Because we're not logged in yet. So this is an issue that we have to address. So the way we address this issue is by just adding the check over here saying if is authenticated is true, then we want to fetch those products. That is the only case where we want to. And you'll see that the error is gone. If I try to go to the local host again, it actually doesn't seem to be gone. Maybe there's other parts of this where we're constantly trying to authenticate. So I understand why this is still giving us an error. There's another check that we have to do. If you look at the used get products, you realize that we are also fetching it before we can, because technically this requires the headers, but the headers are only achieved whenever you're logged in. So we're going to change this to if is authenticated, which we need to get actually from the use context as well. So I'll come over here and say const equals to use context I shop context, same as always. And we'll just grab the is authenticated. We'll change this to is authenticated. And technically this should end the errors, and it does. And it still doesn't display the page. So let's check out what else is wrong. Oh, are we logged in? Did we try to log in? Oh, we're in the main page. Let me go to the auth page. That's weird because when I go into the local host, it should redirect me to the auth page. So we have to add the functionality as well. So what I want to do is I want to be able to check to see if when we go into the main URL, if we're logged in, I want to be redirected. If we're not logged in, I want to be immediately redirected to the auth page. And also just to finalize this thing over here about the fetch products, if we write it like this, it's not gonna fetch the product once, and then even if we log in, it's not gonna do anything because this use effect will only be called once. But if I put the is authenticated as part of the dependency, whenever the is authenticated value is changed, it will trigger this function again, and then it will fetch the product. So whenever we're logged in, it's going to trigger this function, check to see, okay, if we're logged in, it's true. And in this case, it will. So then it will fetch the products. But yeah, continuing back to the auth, right? If we go into the main page. So what we want is if we go into the shop page, which is the initial URL, if we try to come over here and we're not logged in, then we want to be redirected. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to, again, destructure from the use context. And that's why it's good to have a context, because look at how many times we're using it. So I'll say shop context, and I'll destructure over here the is authenticated. And down here, I'll just say if not is authenticated. So if the user is not authenticated and they go into the website, then I want to return the navigate component from React.DOM. So throughout this whole project, we've been using the use navigate hook to navigate towards things, right, towards pages. But there's a difference. That is useful for whenever you want to navigate or trigger redirect inside of a function. In this case, we don't. We want to go into this component, check something, and if not, we want to navigate out. So we put it like this. We use the navigate component from React.DOM, which is basically the same thing, but you just specify over here where you want to go, and it would work in this kind of syntax, right? So technically right now, you'll see that no matter what, if I go into the localhost, the main page, it will redirect us to the authentication page. And this is how it looks, right? But one thing I want to fix is we don't want to see any of this at the top. We want to remove all of that because you shouldn't see those things if you're not logged in yet. So I want to come over here to our navbar, and I'll obviously save this. I'll come to our navbar, and I'll basically add this check that I'll get from the context. I'll get the is authenticated from there, and I'll add this check over here to say that we'll only display this if the user is authenticated. And then I'll delete this, and I'll probably have to add a fragment because we can't have this this items as siblings. And then finally, I want to close this check. And actually, I want to put this after the available money, but before this div, like this. Oh, and the fragment has to go over here as well. Okay, so let's check now. You'll see that we don't have that thing on the navbar. So let's try to log in. I'll use Harry Potter. And I remember the password for Harry Potter was just Potter. I'll click login. We should see that we're logged in, right? But wait, what happened to our available money? Because it says 0. And what happened to our previously purchased items? They're not over here. So why is that? Well, the reason for that is the same reason why we didn't get the products, or we changed the use effect inside of the products. Because if we go over here to the shop context, and I'll just close all of that, we fetch the available money and the purchased items if the user is authenticated. But this use effect is called once before you log in. So if you're not logged in, this is not going to work. So if I came over here and I refresh the page, you should see that there's some issues with our code, right? I'll try to come back here, and it's still not going to allow us to, because the state for is authenticated has changed. So you see over here, we still have the values for the tokens and all, but it has changed. So what I want to do is, first I want to, in the is authenticated state, I want to add an initial value that will be determined based on if we have a token or not, and not just be false by default. So I'll come over here and say that this will be true if the cookies, which, do we have access to cookies here? No, so we have to probably import. I'll just use it actually. I'll just come over here and say const equal to use cookies. It will automatically import, and then I'll grab the access token, and grab the cookies from here. And for now, I'll just not get the function. But basically what I want to say is, by default, the value of the is authenticated is true if the access token is not equal to null. So we'll just check, okay, if we would just open our page. If the access token in the cookies is not null, that means that the user logged in before, meaning we will set is authenticated to true. And you see that it's exactly what happens, right? Now the stuff appears at the top and we're not in the auth page. It all appears here and it appears here too. But this doesn't fix the issue, because if I log out, first of all, it still shows all of that because we haven't set the is authenticated to false whenever we log out, and that's something we do have to do. So I'll just do it here now. Set is authenticated to false, like this. And what we can do is this logic that was here, so the logic for the cookies that was there, we can just put it back inside of the shop context. We can have a use effect over right below this one, where we say use effect, and we check to see if the value of is authenticated has changed. So if the value of is authenticated has changed, and in this case it's false, so if is authenticated is false, then we know that the user has logged out, and we can just put the logic that we had over there. So we can clear the local storage, and we can set the cookies. I forgot that when I defined the cookies thing, I didn't create a function, so we'll say set cookies. And over here, we'll just set the cookies equal to the access token, and we'll set it equal to no. Okay, that's perfect, right? That means that if we are not logged in, it shouldn't show that. But there's still one final error that we have to, or thing that we have to address. And again, it's similar to what happened before. If I log in as Harry Potter, there should be no money over here, and there should be no purchases over here. Because what we have to do is we have to come over here, and inside of the use effect where we fetch them, we have to tell it that whenever is authenticated changes in value, we want to re-trigger this. Meaning that if it's true, if we logged in, then we want to fetch the data. So now, if we come over here, and we obviously refresh the page, it's going to show the correct information, but that's not important. We have to log out first, and then log in again. And we should see that now that information is there. And yes, it is, which is perfect. So this is basically the project, right? It is a project that I would say intermediate level. Like, it took a long time to make this video, and it took a long time to build this project. It took a lot more recording and building it while I explain than actually building it myself. But in my opinion, if a person is an intermediate developer and they're learning React, they're learning full stack development, they're learning MERN, this could be a great example of a project. And there's so many features that you guys can add to improve this. You can make the UI look better. You can add the functionality of actually purchasing items. You can add the functionality of logging in as an admin and adding the products from inside of this, right? You can add so much more. And that's why I love e-commerce projects. I obviously can make a full e-commerce website where you can purchase everything, you can do every single thing similar to Amazon, like that would be fully functional, but that would take a long time to make. So I'm thinking maybe of making that, but later on in the future, and even including it as a course or something like that, that would take more time instead of just a single video. If you want to check out the code for all of this, it will all be in the description. Again, thank you so much, Twingate, for sponsoring this video. As you guys know, the support I get from the companies that sponsor my videos helps sustain the channel. And if I never ask for donations, I never ask for anything, but if I can ask something from you guys, it's to check out the companies that I sponsor, with in this case being Twingate, because I only choose companies that I think are producing a good product. And the use cases they solve really apply to moments where I've had issues and I couldn't solve because I didn't know about Twingate, and now I know, so that's why I wanted to also share it to you guys. So again, thank you Twingate for sponsoring the video, and yeah, that's basically it. Leave a like if you liked the video, subscribe if you want to see more, and I see you guys next time.